The minority leader sought to ask his supplementary question is untenable.
The Honorable Minister, in an earlier answer, said the government is establishing 7 factories, including some cashew factories in Bono East and the Bono region. So, Speaker, what I want to know from the Minister is what incentives the government has put in place in view of the fact that the 1D1F policy, which was to allow for tax exemption to enable these factories import raw materials and machinery at a cheaper cost and to produce cheaper and expand their business and employ more, has been abolished.
Honorable Minority Leader, you know issues in relation to cancellation or otherwise of 1D, 1F cannot emanate from the question or the answer that you have quoted. I will allow the Minister to answer the question limited to any incentives available. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. An earlier question, since he is the minority leader, he had the opportunity to ask 2 questions. The first one was the fact that my answers were very short, which I respectfully state that as a good law student, I answer questions the way they are asked. When the questioner asked whether the private people will have the opportunity to participate, the answer was yes. And I needn't have to add anything more. So it's not as if I will evade question or I don't know an answer to a question, but I answer questions as they are asked, and I don't tell people in asking the questions. So you have to elicit from me what you want. I don't second guess people. If you ask a simple question, I give a simple answer. Thank you. And then on the cashew production, fortunately, they did not need tax waivers from individuals because this is IFAD, and IFAD already has tax waivers. And so when IFAD purchased the machines for the cashew, the tax waivers were there already. And so they had the opportunity to use that which they have been given. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I know from the Minister, these 7 factories she refers to, are they being fully funded by the private sector, or they are being funded by the state? And if so, what are the amounts involved?
Honorable Minister, you can ask the question whether it is funded by the state or private sector, but regarding the amount involved, minority leaders should file a separate question.
I am extremely grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the factories are funded solely. Okay, so it's not funded by 2 groups, the Ministry of Finance and then IFAD. No private sector contribution, except that it will be run by the private sector. So, Honorable Speaker, there is no, yes, IFAD, yes.
Please, and you are not to answer anybody from the periphery.
Yeah, okay.
You answer the question and you address the chair.
No. Right Honorable Speaker, the factories are financed by the Ministry of Finance and IFAD, no private sector contribution. Thank you.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Speaker, from what the Minister has just told this House, I want to know from her whether these private companies that are going to manage a public funded factories have already shown experience or they are completely new startups? Because from the explanation, it appears to me that government
Please.
is fund. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I'm
Minority
talking
Leader,
about.
you are to ask a supplementary question, but not to tell a story.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, you always, Mr. Speaker, with
Yes, you
Mr.
have asked
Speaker,
your supplementary
Mr. Speaker,
question.
with respect, you know you always want us to extend courtesy to you, but your words are harsh.
Yes.
Your words, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
your words are harsh.
Yes,
When
because
we
you,
turn back to you,
because you
then
asked
you
your
say we are not
supplementary
extending you
question.
courtesy.
You have asked a supplementary
Mr. Speaker,
question, so the
words
minister
are harsh.
must
Mr.
answer.
Speaker, you don't use such words on your leader. Let me return back that respect to you. Please. Please. I beg you. Please.
Ask a supplementary
Mr. Speaker, I
question
will.
with all due respect.
Mr. Speaker, I will. But the language from the chair might be such that we can all cooperate. I beg you.
Very well.
Thank you.
Ask a supplementary
Mr. Speaker,
question.
my question to my respected colleague, the minister, is that since this funding is 100% from the state and being run by the private sector, according to her, I want to know whether these private sector entities have shown any experience prior to being granted that access, or they are new startups,
Yes.
or they are startups.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, fortunately, they have not been selected. What happens is that we do an open tender for people to take the bid, show what they have done, competence and all of that before, through proper tendering, they will be selected. Thank you.
Yes, that is question number one.
That's one.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, it is always important for clarity. Now, from what the minister has just said, it means that these factories have not been set up at all.
You see, it is to avoid what is happening.
No, Mr.
That's
Speaker,
why
no.
I will urge on you to ask a supplementary
Mr.
question.
Speaker, I am doing exactly so.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker,
But look at what is happening between
what,
you and
what
the
I
minister.
want to know, what I want to know from the minister, simply, is that when does she hope to complete this process for the factory to be in full operation?
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure if we give ourselves the next 8 weeks, we should be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Chief, we saw the Majority Leader earlier on his feet. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to caution my colleague, the Minority Leader. Yes, caution, yes. Caution,
Parliamentary language.
caution, yes. Caution. I use the word caution.
Admonish. Admonish.
I use the word caution.
Synonym admonish.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
Unfortunately, my friend who attended Fufutsu Primary School is not here to assist you. He would have told you that if you just Google the word caution, you find out that the word caution is not an offensive word.
At all.
It is not an offensive word at all.
At all.
So please, I just want to draw his attention that when you have disagreements with a decision of the speaker, your approach and the way that you try to take on a speaker in the chair is sometimes not the best. Plus, you can have issues. You can take your time and raise the issues with the Speaker. Speaker may review his decision, but the manner in which you were taking the first Deputy Speaker on is what I want to caution, that next time we shouldn't do it that way. Especially we are live on television and then everybody's watching us. So I just want us to be cautious.
We now move to question numbered 401, standing in the name of Lawrence Ajinsam, Himan Lower Dentra. You have the floor. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the one asking the question is not here, and he hasn't authorized anybody to ask the question to.
Very well. I will direct that the published answer be transmitted to the honorable member. Yes, Honorable Minister, we sincerely thank you for appearing before the House and responding to all your questions. You are accordingly discharged. You are discharged. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, Majority Leader. Question time is ended. Majority Leader, any indication?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if we can take item 9 and 9, presentation of papers. The report of the, just for laying presentation. I was asking if we can vary the order of business and move to item 9, so we can lay the report of the committee on security intelligence on the Security Intelligence Agency's bill. Just
yes.
lay.
The application is to vary the order of business.
9.
Minority Leader.
No, we want to do 9.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. The chairperson, Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the committee, so my chairperson, as colorful as she is looking.
Honourable members, the request that has been agreed to is to vary the order of business to take the item numbered 9 at commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Item numbered 9, Chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Security and Intelligence on the Security and Intelligence Agency's Bill 2025.
All members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to members. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's take 10. Let's take item 10, but the Minister for Education, for reasons that we all know, is unavoidably absent. So if we agree to take 10A, I'll crave your indulgence for the Minister for Energy, who is here, to lay the University of Engineering and Agricultural Science Bill on behalf of the Minister for Education.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty in that.
Very well. Item numbered 10A.
An act to establish the University of Engineering and Agricultural Sciences and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read. the first time and refer to the Committee on Education for consideration and reports. Item numbered 10B.
An act to provide for human sexual rights and family values and related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read for the first time and referred to the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the member can give us a short explanation to this bill. Thank you.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 is a private member's bill. It is not new to this House. As a matter of fact, the 8th Parliament passed the same bill in the previous Parliament. It is a bill which, according to CDD, the Afrobarometer survey, indicates that across the length and breadth of this country, 93% of the population consider the practices, promotion and propagation of LGBT and its related practices repugnant, highly repugnant to our values and our morals as a society. Mr. Speaker, this is the bill that our friends on the other side a few years ago were so enthused and championed greatly with all their strength. It even cascaded into various forms of propaganda and became topical in the run-up to the 2024 elections. Mr. Speaker, just as the House passed it in the 8th Parliament, but legal constraints stay the hands of Parliament from transmitting same to the President for assent, which position the Majority Leader, Honorable Mahama Yariga, and the President of the Republic, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, have all confirmed that indeed the bill never got to Jubilee House for President Akufo-Addo to sign it, and that it was still in this House owing to legal constraints. However, the Supreme Court eventually had removed...
Yes, for your, I recognize the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have never confirmed that the bill never got to the Jubilee House.
Yes, never.
I have consistently said that the bill went to the Jubilee House and there was a refusal
With the letter.
to receive it and to sign it. So he should desist. He should desist. He should desist from peddling such falsehood and draw me into this matter. Mr. Speaker, I have consistently said the bill went to the Flagstaff House and there was a refusal to receive it.
Accompanied by a letter.
And a communication was sent out from the Flagstaff House to this Parliament, asking this Parliament to desist from attempting to transmit the bill to the President. Mr. Speaker, and also the honourable member should be mindful of the fact that when he says my colleagues on the other side were enthusiastic, as if they are not enthusiastic today. When you look at the sponsors of the bill, his name comes first, Honorable John Ntimfojo. The second person, Samuel Nate George, is an NDC member of Parliament and a Minister of State. Honorable Mr. Emmanuel Kwesi Bejira is an NDC member of Parliament. Honorable Mrs. Helen Adjoa Ntosu is an NDC member of Parliament and a former Minister of State. Let's look at, I can mention many.
Yes, Odole Soa.
many members of this house who are joining him to sponsor the bill. And yet, he tries to create an impression that this side is not committed to the bill and that we're only committed to it in the past. The reason why this bill delayed and is being presented today is because the technical processes were being undertaken under the guidance of the Right Honourable Speaker. So once the Speaker gave indication that it could be late, at Business Committee we agreed that it should be late. So go ahead and indicate precisely what the objects of the bill are and stop the antics of trying to create an impression that this is a side that is not committed to the bill.
Honourable members, why are we doing this to ourselves? The member in invoking the standing orders did so rightly, calling on you to give a short explanation. Or Honourable Habib, is that not what you said in quoting the standing orders rightly? Now the standing orders for a good purpose says a short explanation, which you could do in a minute or a minute and a half. And mostly when it is a bill, you just state in short. The rule says short explanation. And it serves everybody. Honourable Team for you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. And so, reference to the memorandum that accompanies this bill, which summary in a few seconds I would submit, makes reference to the fact that the same bill was what was passed in the 8th Parliament. The majority leader can boldly contradict what the President of the Republic has said as a matter of public record, that the bill was never transmitted to Jubilee House and that if this House passes it, then he will take a decision on it. And so, when this bill was first listed on the order paper in 7 months ago, it was deleted from the order paper the next day. A lot of controversies arose. Mr. Speaker, you ruled. Now we are here.
You see,
the bill has been made to protect the values of the binary nature of gender.
Honourable Team Fojo, can you hear me? Honourable Team Fojo, when you are called upon presentation of a bill to give a short explanatory memorandum, you just go to state the object. You say short explanation. Just go straight to tell us the object of the bill. Then you satisfy the requirement under the rules. It's not time for debate. The debate will come at the second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your superior guidance. And so now, sticking to the object of the bill seeks to ensure that the definition of gender is not in ambiguity, as is now being authorized in textbooks and teacher manuals. The binary nature of gender as between male and female, and as assigned as birth, and its related activities in line with our Constitution and our values as a society, to protect marriage as contracted between a man and a woman, and to ensure that the family system which we both cherish are preserved. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is the expectation of the sponsors, which is bipartisan. It is a bipartisan private members bill which must be on record. And the expectation is that within this meeting, this Honourable House and all relevant committees will attach alacrity to this bill to pass it with urgency, as a matter of urgency, before this House rises, because it is not a new bill. It is an old bill which has gone through all the processes, consultations, and already survived plethora of legal and dissenting opinions and has gone all the way to Supreme Court and held that no aspect of this bill affronts any aspect of our Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
the referral still stand.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Given that this is the first time it is happening where we have several sponsors to a bill, and the Deputy Whip has asked the sponsors to explain, to make a short, explanatory statement regarding the laying of the bill. And even though he rose up to bow to allow the bill to be laid, the others have a stake. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to get your pleasure as to whether it is not fair that the other sponsors of the bill be also heard on the object of the bill and etc. Mr. Speaker, why they are sponsoring the bill, Mr. Speaker. So you can add the other, you can take a few people who are part of the sponsors. Mr. Speaker, this is important at all times in the consideration of this bill, so that we will know that we are approaching it from a non-partisan point of view, so that the nation will be behind us. Because if we want to go partisan on this bill, it will be a problem. So it is important from the beginning that the bipartisanship is reflected at every stage. So given that he has made a statement, this side of the House should also be given an opportunity to also make a statement indicating our support and commitment to the passage of this bill, a commitment that we know will go up to the signing the bill. Because the other time, the commitment went and then it stopped at the gate of the Flagstaff House. This time to go into the Flagstaff House and we will sign it.
Honorable Majority Leader, I agree that there are about 10 sponsors of the bill. But in view of the fact that there will be a second reading, where many more of the sponsors will have the opportunity to debate the principles, the mischief in the society that the bill is seeking to cure, let's reserve our energy for the second reading of the bill. Yes, is it on the bill? If it is on the bill, honourable members, with all due respect, we have already referred the bill to the Constitutional Legal. Let them go and work on it and bring their results.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make an application to wait if the leadership of the Human Rights Committee can be added to the Constitutional Legal. Because, Mr. Speaker, because it is human rights related matters.
Yes. The majority side application is to add the leadership of the Human Rights Committee. And I think it is in order. I will therefore direct that the leadership of the Human Rights Committee joins the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee to consider the bill and report. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, you and I are on the Private Members' Bills and Motions Committee. These bills pass through us. And I will make an application that, if possible, our committee cannot be used as a conveyor belt for the speaker, for the speaker to bring to the House. I'm pleading that the leadership of this committee should also be part to consider all such bills that will pass through our committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kinsley Nyako, are you guided by Standing Order 186? Honorable Kinsley Nyako, are you guided by Standing Order 186? So you know that the work of the Private Members' Bill and Motions Committee is limited to writing a report to the Speaker whether or not the bill meets the constitutional text or not, and whether or not it should be introduced. I believe within the rules, once the Private Members' Bill and Motions Committee has done that, the work of the committee regarding that bill has come to an end. So there is no way by which we could order a Private Members' Bill and Motions Committee to also join in the consideration of the bill. The responsibility of that committee is supposed to advise as to whether, based on our rules and the Constitution, the bill meets the test, particularly Article 108, Section 100 of Public Financial Management Act, whether the bill meets those requirements. And once the committee is satisfied and recommended the introduction of the bill, at introduction, you don't ask the committee to join the consideration.
You are right on that score, but my point is that because we are privy to the bill, we have read the bill and made recommendation to Mr. Speaker for his consideration as to whether he has to bring it before the House or no. Because of the foreknowledge, I'm saying that it wouldn't be a bad idea for the leadership to transfer their knowledge to bring to bear on the committee that is supposed to
member,
look into it. There is an
the committee is Fantus official, and I'm also Fantus official. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I think you are right in addressing the issue my colleague raised. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank you for adding the leadership of the Human Rights Committee. Mr. Speaker, if it will not hurt, I think for us to be able to get a very good bill, if we can add also the leadership of the Gender Committee, because, Mr. Speaker, majority of the definitions of that has to do with gender issues. So if we get the leadership of gender, as we have already added human rights, and then it will be able to make us have a very good committee to look at it. If
I
it will not help,
indicated
Mr. Speaker.
I am Fantus official. The committee sittings, any member who has interest in the bill can join the committee and help give consideration to the bill, and thereafter a report will come to the House for debate. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you will be pleased, I rise to make an application for us to do statements, and in particular pray that you permit me to proceed to make my statement. There is laying. Okay, you can lay the paper. I thought you were done laying the papers. Okay, that's fine. If you're not
yes,
done,
but we are considering item number 10.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I thought we had.
No, it's okay. Left with C.
Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. I rest my case.
Yes, item number 10C.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to remove restrictions imposed on dual citizenship and persons who owe allegiance to a country other than Ghana from holding public offices specified in Clause 2 of Article 8 and Paragraph A of Clause 2 of Article 94 and provide for related matters.
Members, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2025 is duly read for the first time and referred to the committee responsible on constitutional legal affairs. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if we can add the leadership of Foreign Affairs Committee to this bill since it's involved. Okay, Mr. Speaker, then I abandon that.
Yes, the application is to come back to statements.
Speaker, we are not opposed.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Speaker, thank you very much, but I'm rescinding on the statement I wanted to make. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, honorable members, we have a statement standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afanyo Makins and Makin. Very well. And I will proceed to give him the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Leader, Honorable Majority Leader.
arise.
Minority Leader, hold on. Do we take the statement jointly, or you want to reduce yours into a comment? Do we take the statement jointly, or you want to reduce yours into a comment?
Speaker, I believe that we should take it jointly.
Very well.
We should take it jointly.
Very well. Yes. So, but it was agreed that as a first statement to be reduced into comment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the need for cocoa producer price reduction, that government must reverse the decision with immediate effect. Mr. Speaker, government's shocking announcement reducing the prevailing producer price of 3,625 Ghana cedi a bag to 2,587 Ghana cedi a bag is illegal and an attempt to shortchange our gallant cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, the producer price of 3,625 Ghana cedi is a minimum guaranteed price and legally destined to run the full course of the 2025-2026 crop season. The cocoa sector calendar in Ghana is officially commences on the 1st of October of every year and ends 30th of September the following year. Mr. Speaker, we are just midstream of the 2025-2026 crop season, and government cannot vary the minimum guaranteed price to the disadvantage of the cocoa farmers or any of the parties that has a share in the achieved FOB price. Note, it is minimum and also guaranteed in entire course of the crop year. Mr. Speaker, the determination of the producer price of cocoa and the FOB share to other stakeholders in the industry is done by the Producer Price Review Committee. What becomes an FOB price for the approaching crop year is, in effect, the achieved weighted average of aggregated volumes and corresponding prices of cocoa already traded and contracted locked with buyers. The aggregates could be main crop beans at higher prices in combination with light crop beans at 20% discount and or rollover beans at higher or lower prices. Mr. Speaker, once the FOB price sharing is done and announced for a crop year, the producer price that arises is binding on government and Cocoa Board to pay throughout the crop year. And because it is achieved average, minimum and guaranteed, government cannot cut the farmer's price even the slightest down. If anything, government can go up in the course of the year as has been the case, but never down. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassiel Atuforsen, in October 2025, announced that Cocoa Board has achieved an FOB price of $7,200 per ton, and the farmer was to receive a producer price of $5,040 at the then rate of 58,000, at the then rate into cedi converted as 58,000 Ghana cedi per ton, or 3,625 per 64 kilograms bag. It is our candid opinion that the $7,200 FOB price was based on factually achieved weighted average prices of already traded cocoa and not speculation. If it was factual, then government and Cocoa Board must go ahead and pay the prevailing price of 3,625 per bag to the end of the 2025-2026 crop year. Be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, once a producer price has been determined and announced for the crop year, it is legally and contractually binding. Therefore, government cannot, in the course of the particular year, vary the producer price to the disadvantage of the farmer. We, the minority, hereby call on the government as a matter of urgency to restore the producer price of cocoa in Ghana to its original value of 3,625 Ghana cedi per 64 kilogram bag with immediate effect. We also demand that government and Cocoa Board pay any difference that farmers and the LBCs might have suffered already by the recent announcement. Mr. Speaker, I so submit. Thank you so much.
Honourable members, I thank the maker of the statement, but to order that the word "we" in a minority be expunged from the record, since that is not part of the statement before me. Yes, I will call on the majority leader to also read his statement.
Mr. Speaker, I had thought that we would have taken this statement at a time when the Minister for Finance, who is responsible for the sector, would have been in the House to respond. Unfortunately, we have insisted on taking it today, and so I crave your indulgence to just read a statement of the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, 11 February 2026, Cabinet convened an emergency session to deliberate over developments in the cocoa sector. The session considered historical and systemic problems confronting the sector and took key decisions. The meeting noted the following developments in the cocoa sector. The 2025-2026 cocoa season began in August 2025 with a producer price at 51,660 Ghana cedis per ton, calculated as 70% of the gross FOB of $7,200 per ton, using an exchange rate of 10.25 cedis to the US dollar. On the 1st of October 2025, Côte d'Ivoire announced a new producer price 20% above that of Ghana. This decision by the Ivorians, coupled with movements in the exchange rate, resulted in significant difference in the producer price of cocoa between Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana. This price difference had the potential to trigger significant smuggling of cocoa, Ghana's cocoa, to Côte d'Ivoire. As a result, the Producer Price Review Committee adjusted the producer price to 58,000 Ghana cedis per ton to reflect an exchange rate of 11.5 cedis to the US dollar at the time. The decision by the Producer Price Review Committee to increase the producer price of cocoa made Ghana farm gate price competitive and stemmed the potential smuggling of Ghana's cocoa across to Cote d'Ivoire. From October 2025, Mr. Speaker, the world market price of cocoa started dropping. While the price was declining, Cocoa Board continued to sell the beans until the price went below $6,400 per ton, which is the cost of cocoa from the farmer to the port. Causes of the situation and the way forward. The current situation is largely driven by the unwillingness of buyers to purchase Ghana's cocoa because it has become uncompetitive. Cocoa from other producing countries is now selling at prices significantly lower than the producer price of Ghana. Meanwhile, Cocoa Board did not have the liquidity to purchase cocoa from farmers and stock for hedging or other trading decisions. This was due to the financing model invented in 2025, when the syndicated loan failed. Under that model, the buyers, off-takers, financed the purchases. By 2022, Cocoa Board's finances had deteriorated badly. It defaulted and restructured the cocoa bills in 2023. For the first time in 2023, the annual syndication suffered significant delays due to loss of confidence in the Ghanaian economy. The first tranches was received in 22nd December 2023, 4 months after the commencement of the season. Cocoa Board projected an output of 800,000 tons. The cocoa sector over the last 8 years revealed gross mismanagement, which requires immediate and comprehensive reforms to address the challenges in the sector. Cabinet has therefore decided on the following reforms to guarantee a fair price to farmers, secure the financial viability of the cocoa sector, and ensure the long-term sustainability of the industry. To bring relief to unpaid cocoa farmers, Cabinet has directed Cocoa Board to commence immediate payment of all affected cocoa farmers. B, a new Cocoa Board bill will be presented to Parliament to implement an automatic adjustment of producer price to align with movement in the world market price, exchange rate, and other key variables, and guarantee a minimum of 70% of the gross FOB price to be paid to cocoa farmers. C, a new financing model for cocoa purchases and related operations with associated benefits for increased processing as follows. The current financing model was invented as a necessity after the syndicated loan failed, after 32 years of successful implementation, and it has proven not to be sustainable. The financing models entirely dependent on a buyer's willingness to bear the financing cost and to pre-finance the purchase of cocoa. That's the current financing model. The key motivation for buyers in the previous season was the rollover contracts price at about $2,661 US, when the existing market price were above 8,000 United States dollars per ton. Once the gap between the rollover contracts and the market price closes and the majority of the rollover contracts are serviced, the buyer will not be willing to purchase the crop. Alternatively, the previous syndicated loan model required Cocoa Board to sell forward most of the raw beans to lock in contracts, which repays the loan and serves as the collateral as well. This system did not allow Cocoa Board to optimize prices on the market. In addition, the use of the raw bean contracts as collateral for the loan meant that Ghana could not optimize its installed capacity for processing. The new financing model will utilize domestic cocoa bonds to purchase cocoa and repay with cocoa proceeds within each crop year. The bonds will be used to raise a revolving fund for Cocoa Board to turn around at least once during the season. The model will also revive the indigenous license buying companies that have been completely thrown out of business as a result of the current financing model. The state-owned produce buying company, PBC, will be revived to resume full operation and become the lead license buying company in the cocoa sector. With this new financing model, Cocoa Board can sell beans of any volume to local processing companies to promote value addition and job creation. Cabinet has directed that with immediate effect, the remainder of the beans for the 2025-2026 crop season should be allocated for domestic processing. Cabinet has also directed that beginning from the 2026-2027 crop season, a minimum of 50% cocoa beans should be processed locally. Pursuant to this, the state-owned processing company will be revived as a matter of priority to become the lead processor of the cocoa beans. I have only this morning, together with the Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, met with domestic cocoa processors who have indicated their capacity and willingness to process more than 50% cocoa produced in Ghana. An agreement has been reached on that. In order to address the indebtedness inherited by the current management of Cocoa Board, Cabinet has further directed the Minister for Finance to urgently seek parliamentary approval to A, convert part of the legacy debts of about 5 billion Ghana cedis owed to Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana to equity. Cocoa Board currently owes the Ministry of Finance 3.7 billion Ghana cedis, which arose from the conversion of the non-marketable cocoa bills into a and the Bank of Ghana '26 budget, Government of Ghana has secured a $500 million World Bank facility to construct agricultural roads, including roads in cocoa growing areas. To ensure accountability and transparency in the management of Cocoa Board and the cocoa sector as a whole, Cabinet has directed the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigations into the activities of Cocoa Board over the last 8 years. Cabinet has directed the Minister of Finance, Cabinet has directed to ensure accountability and transparency in the management of Cocoa Board and the cocoa sector as a whole. Cabinet has directed the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigations into the activities of Cocoa Board over the last 8 years. Cabinet has directed the Minister of Finance to initiate immediate reforms at Cocoa Board to streamline their operations and cut costs, wasteful and uncontrolled expenditure practices. The world market price has dropped significantly from an average of $7,200 per ton, $200 per ton, to $4,100 per ton, making Ghana's cocoa beans uncompetitive and creating liquidity challenges. To address this, the Producer Price Review Committee met this afternoon to assess the challenges facing the sector and review the producer price for the remainder of the 2025-2026 crop season. In order to cushion the farmer, the PPRC has recommended that the farmers be paid 90% of the achieved gross FOB of $4,200 to mitigate the adverse impact on the farmer as a result of the fall in the world market price. Consequently, the PPRC announces that effective today, Thursday, 17 February 2026, the new producer price for the remainder of the 2025-2026 crop season will be 41,392 Ghana cedis per ton and 22,587 Ghana cedis per bag. This measure has become necessary to reflect the reality of the world market price of cocoa, ensure the injection of immediate liquidity for expedited payment of farmers, and guarantee the sustainability of the sector. Mr. Speaker, this is the statement of the Finance Minister in dealing with the cocoa sector. And let me just add in very brief response to the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my statement. By indicating that there is nothing illegal about what has happened. That cocoa prices can be reviewed upwards and can also be reviewed downwards. And that when you review it downwards, it's not an illegality. Same way, when you review it upwards, it's also not an illegality. So the charge that reviewing it is illegal is unfounded both in law and also in practice. Mr. Speaker, the charge that if the cocoa beans had been sold forward, that we would not have faced this crisis is also unfounded, because indeed a significant portion of the cocoa was sold forward. In every year, it is only a percentage of the cocoa that is part of forward sales. It's not every bean that you do forward sales. very often you stop at 70% of the
Yes,
cocoa.
Honorable-
All the years.
Honorable
So, Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
it is also not the
Honorable
case.
Majority Leader, you are no longer reading the statement. You are commenting. And the issues relating to legality or otherwise is not part of the statement that I have received. So accordingly, I will order that it be expunged.
Mr. Speaker, as you will know, the circumstances surrounding the making of the statement, I had indicated that we should hold on because I was preparing my side for the statement. Unfortunately, he insisted on, making the statement.
Yes,
You admitted it.
so you are done. So you allow members to contribute on the statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So clearly, I had to put together different scripts that were at my disposal to make a statement.
Yes.
So it is not that I am commenting on the statement.
Yes,
but
I indicated.
the first part of my statement
That's
came
why
from a one piece,
I
and the
indicated
second part is
clearly
coming from
from the
another piece
beginning
of the script that I have.
whether you want your statement to come by way of a comment or you read a statement. The indication was that you read a statement. So, having read your statement, no comment. Yes, honourable members, it is now time for comments. Yes, Honourable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I did engage the majority chief whip, even though we were proposing to do 10-10 on both sides, but we agreed to do 5-5 and leadership. And then we are making it 6, so we have submitted our list. I engaged the majority chief whip on it.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, indeed, that's the agreement.
Thank you very much for doing that. So it's now time for comments. I'll give the first lot to Honorable Abu Jinapo. Please, your comment must not generate debate, and you are commenting not more than 5 minutes. You have the floor. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, what is happening today in our country with regards to the cocoa sector is a direct consequence or result of gross mismanagement, poor governmental judgment, lack of understanding of the international cocoa trading by the government. Mr. Speaker, that is purely what it is. It has nothing to do with all the things the majority leader pointed out. It is clearly a result of mismanagement. And Mr. Speaker, I will explain. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa sector and the cocoa industry is older than our country, Ghana. It's as old as Ghana, if not older, Mr. Speaker. It was very central in the issues which animated our forebears when it came to the struggle for independence. Mr. Speaker, 1 million Ghanaians are involved in the cocoa sector. Directly and indirectly, we are talking about 4 million Ghanaian livelihoods when it comes to the cocoa sector of our country. Mr. Speaker, look, the experts have discussed this matter. They've come to a firm conclusion. The reason why we are in this mess is because, Mr. Speaker, the government made a poor judgment when it comes to trading. They had the opportunity to engage in forward sale. They didn't. Mr. Speaker, they had the opportunity to engage in spot sale when cocoa price was $11,000 per ton. They just did not understand the industry. They did not understand the sector. Mr. Speaker, the question about debt, cocoa debts are as old as the sector and as old as the industry. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP government, the Akufo-Addo government came into office in 2017, the Akufo-Addo government inherited a debt of 19 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in 2018, there was a debt. The government of Ghana paid cocoa farmers. In 2020, Ghana had a debt. The government of Ghana paid cocoa farmers. Indeed, last year we had debts. We still paid cocoa farmers. It has nothing to do with debts. Mr. Speaker, it has everything to do with judgment. and indeed, Mr. Speaker, and poor decision making and mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, today, Cote d'Ivoire, our sister country, Cote d'Ivoire, almost same population, same industry dynamics. They don't even have premium cocoa. Ghana has premium cocoa. Cote d'Ivoire, in spite of the so-called external factors, in spite of the so-called external shocks and external reduction in international price of cocoa, Cote d'Ivoire today is maintaining their price and paying more to their farmers than Ghanaians are paying. The Ghanaian government is paying to cocoa sector. It is true. It is true. It is true. Mr. Speaker, you can write it down. Mr. Speaker, thirdly, never in the history of our country, since President Kwame Nkrumah's time in 1957, have we had such a reduction in cocoa prices in our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat because it has to get home, and the government has to be humble and courageous enough to accept this truth and reality that what we are having today in Ghana generally and the cocoa sector in particular is because of mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it's because of a lack of understanding of the sector, and indeed it's because of poor judgment when it comes to trading in respect of cocoa. The government must acknowledge that. Mr. Speaker, as I say, we've never had a situation where cocoa prices have reduced in the manner that they've reduced today. Mr. Speaker, what the minority have asked for and what cocoa farmers are asking for, it's not grammar, it's not settings, it's not gimmickry, it's not PR. It's been 11 months. We've had a lot of that. We've had enough of that. What we are asking for and what cocoa farmers are asking for is that they want it. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude, and I conclude on this fundamental point that they want the bailout. Mr. Speaker, they want government to cut down on expenditure when it comes to the cocoa industry, when it comes to cocoa management. You cannot ask cocoa farmers to take a haircut when you are buying land cruisers at Cocoa Board. You cannot ask cocoa farmers to take a haircut when you are renovating your offices. You cannot ask cocoa farmers to take a haircut when the entire value chain is saved. There are no cuts in the entire value chain, and the poor cocoa farmer rather takes the cut.
Please, your time is up.
And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I really want to conclude, and I hope the majority leader will take this to cabinet, that the president and the government should have the courage, the honesty and sincerity to accept that the reason for the cocoa price cut is because of mismanagement and incompetence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Samson Ahi, you have the floor. It's now exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that we find ourselves in this situation because of the mess.
Honorable Chief Whip, I beg you, with all due respect, Samson Ahi, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker,
we need to manage the time.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Mr. Speaker, we listen to the first contributor from the minority side in silence. In absolute silence. So they must learn to listen to our response in silence.
Honorable Samson Ahi, you have the floor. You will stop at 5 minutes after 5.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in this situation because of the mess that was created under the watch of former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, it is never true that Cote d'Ivoire has maintained their price. Mr. Speaker, can you explain why?
I'll keep your time for you.
Why?
Yes.
Oh.
You may recall that in my original statement, out of great reference to you, when you edited the mention of the president in it, I accepted it, so that there will be so that there will be no issue of debate. Mr. Speaker, with respect, our colleague can make his submission She should stay away from trying to use those offensive words at no, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let's be fair. Colleagues, my original statement, which Mr. Speaker looked at, and I agreed with him that in such matters, certain pronouncements must be out. And I agree. If Mr. Speaker did not permit
something you can make your comment
President Mahama, why you coming
mentioning
to talk about
anybody's name.
Nanado, stop it.
You can make your comment without mentioning anybody's name. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in this situation as a result of the mess caused by the previous administration.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to state that it is never true that Côte d'Ivoire has maintained their producer price. Because if it is so, the farmers will not even call on government to come and buy their cocoa. Anytime Côte d'Ivoire's price goes up higher than Ghana's price, we will not even hear farmers calling on government to come and buy their cocoa because they will smuggle the cocoa to Côte d'Ivoire. What the farmers are calling on now, it means that our price is even higher than what is being bought in Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in this situation because under the watch of the previous administration, they took a facility from African Development Bank to undertake cocoa rehabilitation. They dedicated $350 million to rehabilitate 156,000 hectares. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the amount, $350 million was spent, and instead of rehabilitating a cocoa to the tune of 156,000 hectares, they did only 40,000 hectares. Only 40,000 hectares.
Why you are working free?
Mr. Speaker, you took a facility, $350 million to rehabilitate 156,000 hectares. The money was spent, the money got finished, they only rehabilitate 40,000 hectares. That was not enough. Under their watch, they went to Bank of London and borrowed 700 million Ghana cedis. 700 million Ghana cedis in addition to rehabilitate 156,000 hectares. They did only 40,000 hectares. Mr. Speaker, they have a lot of questions to answer, to explain to us what they did with the rest of the money. Mr. Speaker, in 2022-2023, under their watch, they took a facility of $800 million to buy cocoa of 800,000 tons. And they said that they were going to use it, they were going to use 786,000 tons to pay for the syndicated loan of $800 million. They only delivered 400,000 plus a ton. And they couldn't deliver 336,000 tons. We came in, Mr. Speaker, to pay for this mess that they created under their watch.
A mess.
They should explain to us why you go and borrow money, $800 million, to buy cocoa, 800,000 tons. You bought only 400,000, but you spent all the $800 million.
Where is the other?
Explain to us. What happened to the rest of the money? These are questions they should answer. Mr. Speaker, cocoa price in this country is not announced in vacuum. Cocoa price is announced based on the prevailing market price at the world market. Mr. Speaker, the beginning of 2025-2026 cocoa season. 2025-2026
you have 1 minute more.
We agree, Mr. Speaker, at that time, a ton of cocoa was 7,200. And because we have promised cocoa farmers that we will pay 70%, we gave them $5,040, which brought it to 10,625 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 7,200. As we speak, on Friday, a ton of cocoa at the world market was $3,600 per ton. Instead of $7,200. If you are a reasonable government, a prudent government, a diligent government,
your time is up.
Is that you have to
Honorable Samson Ahi, your time is up. I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah is out the floor.
Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker. And so, our colleagues...
Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, you have the floor. Honorable Samson Ahi, your time is up. Please, your time is up. Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, you have the floor. It's now 7 minutes after 5. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this statement. The gravamen of the submission from this side of the House is that just as Cabinet convened on an emergency basis to announce a reduction in the prices, we are asking Cabinet to reconvene and restore the bag price to 3,625 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, for those of us from the cocoa growing villages, this is not a matter of FOB 70%, 90%, or some of the technical jargons being put here. This is a matter of life and death for many cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, early this morning I got a call from a gentleman named as Kofi from a village known as Kwabwedi No. 2 in my constituency. He has taken 200 bags of cocoa from cocoa farmers. He's a purchasing clerk and has made those 200 bags available to the DO. After this announcement, the cocoa farmers say they know they've sold their cocoa at the old price of 3,625. And the DOs are now telling them that because Cocoa Board has not evacuated, they are going to buy it at the new price. What this means, Mr. Speaker, is that for a purchasing clerk like Kofi, who has taken 200 bags of cocoa, he alone is now making a loss of about 200,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, how many of us here, members of parliament, ministers of state, can bear a loss of 200,000 Ghana cedis and survive? This is a matter of life and death for many people. It is not a simple matter of some of the numbers that are being bandied about. Mr. Speaker, the result of this decision is that, first of all, there's going to be poverty in the local communities where cocoa is the mainstay of economic activity. About 1 million Ghanaians are involved in the cocoa growing sector. And when you cut every bag by 1,000 Ghana cedis, their income is what you are cutting, Mr. Speaker. In the years ahead of us, what you are going to realize is happening is that the motivation for a lot of young people to go into cocoa production is going to wane, Mr. Speaker. In previous times, I remember, I think in the 2018-2019 year, cocoa prices on the world market went down. I was in that cabinet meeting when Yao Safo-Mafo, then senior minister, put up a strong advocacy that it cannot be that the government of Ghana will look cocoa farmers in the eye and cut their prices. And true to it, the government did not cut cocoa prices. In fact, prices rose from 475 Ghana cedis or so to about 3,100, despite the reduction in prices sometimes on the global market. Today, it is shocking to hear our colleagues on the other side say global or external factors. A few years ago, when we were telling them about the impact of external factors, they were laughing and saying that it is not possible. Today, they want to rely on external factors as a basis to cut cocoa prices by 1,000 Ghana cedis per bag. Mr. Speaker, another thing that is going to happen in the cocoa sector is that trust and credibility when it comes to policies in this area is going to suffer. Today, the government is starting conversations about introducing local financing. Who is going to have confidence in the ideas that you are mentioning when in the same cocoa year, you promise the people a price of 3,600 only to, in that same year before it ends, reduce it to about 2,500. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by this submission. Our colleagues on the other side, when they were in opposition, promised the Ghanaian cocoa farmer that what is due them is actually 6,500 Ghana cedis. Their 3,600 did not even meet the 6,500 they promised. And now even the 3,100 that the previous administration left for them, they want to now cut it down to 2,500. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the 1 million cocoa farmers of this country, we beg them to go back to cabinet and restore the 3,625 Ghana cedis for the cocoa farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I now give the floor to Honorable Fred Agbenyu. The time is
Thank you very much.
13 minutes past 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement that was made. Mr. Speaker, we in NDC cares about the ordinary Ghanaian. We in NDC cares about the cocoa farmers. That is why, under the NDC administration, we introduced the free fertilizer program for cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, when they came, even the fertilizers that we wrote not for sale on, they cleaned the knot and they sold the fertilizer. Mr. Speaker, when this country, where fertilizer that was meant for Ghanaian farmers were smuggled to Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Togo under the NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, under the NDC administration, we gave free seedlings to cocoa farmers. For the 8 years that they were in office, Mr. Speaker, not even one seedling was given to cocoa farmers under their watch. Mr. Speaker, at a point in this country, inflation was 54%. Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, inflation is segregated. The cocoa farmer is far, far, far better off than under your watch. Mr. Speaker, it is sad when we hear our colleagues from the NPP pretend as though they like the Ghanaian farmer and for that matter the cocoa farmer. They know you. They know what you did in the past 8 years. They know that when they are looking for their enemy, you are the one they will come and look for. Mr. Speaker, your party members today, they are moving around the cocoa farms trying to instigate the farmers. The farmers know you. They know what you did when you were in power. Mr. Speaker, under your watch, you awarded contract to people to go and do cocoa roads. You gave them mobilizations. They chopped the money, they didn't go the other way. Mr. Speaker, they chopped the money, they didn't do any work. That is your legacy. Mr. Speaker, even the cocoa scholarship that were meant for poor farmers' children, you gave it to yourselves. Mr. Speaker, your track record is there for all to see. That you don't care about Ghanaian cocoa farmers, that what you care about is how to enrich yourself. And that the very little that was meant for them, you took it away from them. President Mahama has promised that by the grace of God, in the short term, we are going to make sure that 50% of our cocoa beans, we are going to add value to it. We are going to process it right here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are no longer going to take syndicated loan to go and come and buy cocoa beans. We are going to use our own CDs to buy the cocoa beans right here in Ghana. All of you will see with your eyes. You will see what you are going to do in this industry. And Ghanaian farmers will appreciate us. So when they have a problem today, we are talking about it, you should be the least of people to open your mouth. Keep quiet and watch President Mahama deliver on his promise. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I thank you very much. And let me assure you that the cocoa farmers, as the cancer say, almost they know that you are bad managers of the economy, and that for the 8 years you only came to enrich yourself. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Particularly for operating within the 5 minutes. Honourable members, can we listen to each other in silence? Let's listen to ourselves in silence. Honourable members, you can talk, but sometimes do it in a way that we don't hear you. It's now the turn of Honourable Dr. Kabiru Tia Mahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
And the time is 17 minutes after 7.
All right, thank you very much.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with heavy heart and a bit disappointed. In the sense that many over 1 million farmers are suffering as we speak now. But this house has been turned into politics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fate of every single cocoa farmer, the fate of every single
Honourable
cocoa
Dr.
farmer.
Kabiru, hold it. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. It's a House of Records. When you mention a specific figure and say 1 million cocoa farmers, that is factually inaccurate. Because at the time of the review of the prices, over 70% of the cocoa had already been paid for. Over 70%. So if 1 million cocoa farmers produce 1 million tons, and we are having a problem, and we have already sold 70%, and then we are left with 30%, and then we review the price downwards, it is not the entire 1 million that are going to be affected. It is only the 30% whose cocoa have not yet been purchased. They are the only group that will be affected. So when you get up and categorically state that 1 million cocoa farmers are affected, it is factually inaccurate.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will urge the leader of the House to listen to me. This is not an issue we have to play politics over, Mr. Speaker. I never mentioned about volumes. I stated clearly in my intro, Mr. Speaker, that the fate of 1 million cocoa farmers is what we are discussing in this House, Mr. Speaker. And we should not make it as business as usual. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because these farmers struggle to make ends meet every single day. I am disappointed because people from the north come to the south because of the Ebulu and Ebusa tendency. They are cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because this is not a southern issue or a northern issue, it's a national issue. We are facing a national emergency. So when we come to this house to discuss it, I will appeal to this side and I appeal to their side to handle this issue with seriousness, and we shouldn't do policy with it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now come to my point. Cocoa is a major state of the country. Mr. Speaker, I am afraid that the resource curse is what we are going to experience. It cannot be right that Ghana is not getting it right when it comes to our gold and cocoa. It cannot be right that we are selling gold and making losses, and we are selling cocoa and making losses. It cannot be right. And I am thinking that this house must do something right about it. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is a second largest producer of cocoa. Ghana is a second largest producer of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, what has caused this problem is purely a mistake of strategy. It's purely a mistake of strategy, Mr. Speaker. How do you make your cocoa prices spot price, Mr. Speaker, when you know that your market is a forward market? How do you take a decision as a government to assume that prices are going to increase, and you leave over 70,000 tons of cocoa in the hands of the farmers, and you don't export it, you don't sell that, and when prices are crashing, you want to blame people? Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we are experiencing crash in cocoa prices. So if anyone there is telling us that cocoa prices are decreasing, and so farmers should take haircut, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. Because in 2017, as my honorable colleague mentioned, cocoa prices reduced, but the then government took a decision to protect the farmers. If you cannot protect the farmers, what is the essence of government, Mr. Speaker? What use would your vote for the politician mean if in times of difficulty they cannot protect you? Mr. Speaker, we are not asking for anything special. We are asking for the government to restore the prices of the farmers. And it is not only Ghana, Mr. Speaker. When you go to cocoa, when you go to Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Speaker, in Cote d'Ivoire, they also experience decline in prices. But the coffee and cocoa company and council, Coffee and Cocoa Council of Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Speaker, they took a decision.
1 more minute.
They took a decision to maintain the price. As we speak now, it is at 3,600 in Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Speaker. Why would they not do the same thing for our farmers? Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on this, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem, Mr. Speaker. Ghana, in our country, we initiated what we call the Cote d'Ivoire Ghana Initiative. Mr. Speaker, the essence of that initiative was to protect the prices, because it cannot be right that Ghana and cocoa control almost half of the cocoa, but we cannot dictate prices.
Honorable
We cannot dictate
time is
prices.
up.
So, Mr. Speaker, our call is simple. The government should take a decision and maintain the prices of the farmers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Eric Afu. Eric Afu is now 523. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, let me put on records. Let me put on records that between 2017 to 2024, Mr. Speaker, the cocoa sector suffered in the hands of the MPP. Mr. Speaker, they collapsed all the 36 license buying companies. They collapsed all the 36 license buying companies. Mr. Speaker, apart from the PBC, which is the government institution, Ejimapa Buyers is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Merchant is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Kuyapa Cocoa Limited is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Kuyapa Danfo is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Transroyal is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Sikaba is in liquidation. Mr. Speaker, Diaby, a lot. And you know that the RBCs are the companies that help the rural economy in this country. So that I'm saying that you have made the sector suffer within your time. Mr. Speaker, MPP, they are now trying to love cocoa farmers. It's never true. You don't love them. When you came into power, as we are saying, Mr. Speaker, a lot of fertilizer, bags of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, bags of fertilizer, which was meant for the cocoa farmers, free of charge. You sold the fertilizer to them. 80 cedis per bag. It was meant to be free. 80 cedis per bag. It was meant to be free. You are now pretending you love cocoa farmers. You don't love them. Mr. Speaker, cocoa production in 2016-17 was 967,000 metric tons. That was the production. 967,000 metric tons. When you were leaving power, 2024, it was less than 500,000 metric tons. Less than 500,000 metric tons. What is happening within this country? Mr. Speaker, at times I do understand some people who pretend they have worked. Before NDC left power, in 2016-17 crop year, we had a fund which was meant to restore producer price of cocoa for the farmers when there was a fluctuation of prices at the world market. Mr. Speaker, we left about 350 million Ghana cedis. 350 million Ghana cedis in that fund. Cocoa Price Stabilization Fund. Cocoa Price Stabilization Fund. We left this money into it. That was meant to cushion the cocoa farmer when there was that price fluctuation. Where is that money? Where is that money? That money cannot be found in the books of Ghana Cocoa Board. And you are here talking about it. You are here pretending you love the cocoa farmers. You never love them. Mr. Speaker, as has been said here, you took $800 million to buy cocoa. $800 million to buy cocoa. You bought half of it. Half of it. Where is the 400 metric tons of cocoa? Where is it? You don't find it. Meanwhile, you could not produce 333,000 metric tons. Now you are saying La Côte d'Ivoire. La Côte d'Ivoire, go there. As you speak today, La Côte d'Ivoire is not buying any cocoa because of seed fund situation.
You have 1 more minute.
Because of seed fund situation.
You have
so
1 more minute.
Saying that you don't love cocoa farmers. Don't pretend that you love cocoa farmers. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
I will give the floor to Honorable Onyina Acheampong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to this. Mr. Speaker, I am also quite shocked at this current occurrence, because what is happening now is not what this current government promised our dear cherished farmers. They told them that they will receive a very, very good price. They told farmers that yebetu cocoa numu papebi to wait, we will increase the price handsomely. This is what they told cocoa farmers. They come in and they have drastically reduced the price of a bag of cocoa. 1,038 Ghana cedis shortage in a bag of price, in a bag of cocoa. And they outlined 3 major reasons that I hear from them. One is carryover contracts, cocoa board debt, and a drop in world market price. Mr. Speaker, all these reasons outlined have happened before in the previous government. When we inherited, when we came to power in 2017, there was a drop in price from 2,200 to 2,900. When we came, cocoa board debt was still there. When we came, world market price also dropped. When we came, there was over 190,000 tons of rollover contracts. The difference between us, the MPP government, and this insensitive government is that we cared about the ordinary farmer. We cushioned the farmer. We gave them cushioning. We found a way of handling this. What we did was that we collaborated with Côte d'Ivoire, and we had the living income differential of $400 per ton. And this cushion, this arrangement that we did, they are still benefiting. This is what we did. Now, what they are doing is quite unfortunate. The only reason why we are having this issue is because of incompetence, bad judgment. The only reason is because they have not been proactive enough, and there is poor strategy, and they are turning around to blame someone instead of assuming responsibility, instead of taking the matter up and taking the bull by the horns. They are just passing the buck. This is not what we budgeted for. This is not what we signed up to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of effect on farmers. A lot of effect on farmers.
farmers are now facing high electricity prices, high water bills. Now, by Friday, the transportation fares will increase, and they have been hit again with another 1,000 Ghana cedi slap in their incomes. And they tell us about Papa. Is this about Papa? No way. Mr. Speaker, CIV, Cote d'Ivoire, as we speak, they pegged their cocoa price at 2,800 CFA per kilo, translating into 3,600 Ghana cedis per bag. When we talk about it, they are saying that LBCs have collapsed. Mr. Speaker, the impact of this price reduction is not only to farmers. LBCs and farmer and PCs, purchasing clerks, are suffering because some of them bought the cocoa and they were holding, they paid the farmers in lieu of the government paying them. And the stocks are still lying in their sheds and in their warehouses. And the price have been reduced. Over 6 million people who depend on their livelihood dependent on cocoa are now suffering because of this decision. And this government is not taking responsibility and wants to pass the buck. Mr. Speaker, pay the farmers their original price. This is what we are saying. Pay the farmers. And you see, when these issues happen, they do a knee-jerk reaction. They immediately, combined and brought a knee-jerk reaction, including reducing the salaries of people working in Cocoa Board. This is just a slap in the thigh. This is not what we want. What we want is that the farmers get their due. The farmers get their share of what you promised them. Pay the farmers. Pay the farmers. Pay the farmers their due. This is what we are asking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's now the turn of Honorable Vincent Opon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the minority leader.
It's now
Minority leader,
5:33. You will stop at 5:38.
For the opportunity to let Ghanaians know the actual issues, so that I'm very sure after this, the rallies that we do under cocoa trees are going to stop. Let me tell you, we live on the border with La Côte d'Ivoire. My only worry currently is that our political actors on the border should be watchful, because let me tell you, there are a lot of cocoa in Côte d'Ivoire, but the fact is that the government over there is not buying cocoa. So if care is not taken, even with a reduced price, cocoa may be coming from Côte d'Ivoire into Ghana, so that the money that we are going to release this week, if care is not taken, they are going to use that money to buy Ivorian beans at the expense of our cocoa farmers. So let me sound this warning to our political actors on the border to be on the lookout. Mr. Speaker, there is a worrying situation. Even currently, we are paying close to 2,600 Ghana cedis for a bag. This translates into over $200. Even at the time of MPP, when we were paying 3,100,
yes,
we were paying less than $200. We are paying over.
The honorable member of the majority at the backbench. If everybody at the chamber should behave like what you are doing, don't you think the chamber will be more than the market?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of the things that we have observed with Cocoa Board, at times you sit down and then you ask yourself, why should we have a government, instead of seeking the interests of Ghanaians and cocoa farmers, they turn around and govern in such a way that they will put an institution like Cocoa Board in the situation that we find ourselves. NDC bequeathed to MPP. I remember during Dr. Oponi's term, we were close to 1 million tons of cocoa. By the time you guys were leaving, you did less than 500,000 tons of cocoa. Yet the workforce, we were able to add more than 30% of the workforce. In where? In this world.
can you find, whilst your production, your output was coming down, then workforce, you kept on recruiting. Go to the port. You bought a lot of cocoa sacks, and up to 2029, we don't have to even buy cocoa sacks. You knew very well that the company was in distress, but you are only thinking about how you can cut corners and get your percentage and go away. A lot of things happen in Cocoa Board, and I believe sincerely that for the first time in the history of this country, Cocoa Board is paying 90% FOB to cocoa farmers. Only 10% is left for our recurrent expenditure. And in all these things, MPP thinks that government should go and look for loan to top up to pay for cocoa farmers. We don't do that. Come to Cocoa Board. By the time you guys were awarding contracts, cocoa rose up to over 20 billion Ghana cedis. For 3 years, you have not even made any allocation in your budget to pay contractors. All these things, and then right now, you turn around, my brothers. Do we even think about this country? We turn around in the sake of politics. You know you have not done a lot of things right. You know most of these problems that have been dealt with Cocoa Board as a result of mismanagement. And rightly so, Honorable Jinapo mentioned that the current situation that we find ourselves is as a result of mismanagement. And this was done during MPP's era. And I think the current administration, led by the CEO, Dr. Randy Abbey, they are doing everything with the government to turn things around. So we shouldn't play politics, because let me tell you, farmers are very, very happy when we pay them the price that has been announced. And I assure you that by the end of the week, most of the farmers are going to receive money for the cocoa that has been delivered at the LBC's level. And let me tell you, cocoa that have been graded and sealed.
Honorable member, your time is up. Please conclude. Honorable members, it's now the turn of Michael Edu.
Slayer of the ghost. The slayer of the ghost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member is now 5:39. You are stopping at 5:44.
Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is not just semantics, but a very serious issue that I believe we all have to pay particular attention to. The issue is about a trading option gone wrong. But I believe a lot of people do not understand what cocoa trading is and what commodity trading is. So because of that, we dilly-dally with the politics. Mr. Speaker, every year, Ghana Cocoa Board trades some of its cocoa forward. Why do we trade cocoa forward? We trade cocoa forward to get clarity so that we will be able to know how much cocoa we are getting, how much sales revenue we are expecting, and based on that, in October, we strike the average and determine the FOB price for the farmer. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we give the farmer a guaranteed minimum price. What do we mean by a guaranteed minimum price? It means that the price that you are giving is guaranteed within the season, and it is not supposed to go down. If anybody has taken a critical look at the statement that was issued by Ivory Coast mentioned in their statement that they are maintaining the guaranteed minimum price of 2,800 CFA, which when converted into a bag is 64 kilos. When converted, gives you about 3,600 cedis per bag. So Ghana announced a price of 3,625 last year, August, when the season opened. Mr. Speaker, once you've announced that price, you are supposed to guarantee the farmer to the end of the season. What happened? What has happened? What has happened is that
Instead of Cocoa Board selling forward sales, they decided to depend on spot sales. And because of that, a chunk of cocoa was not sold. And that is the only reason we are where we are. I have heard people say that 85% of our cocoa was sold. Mr. Speaker, in actual fact, if you sell 85% of cocoa, how then do you turn back and ask for a reduction of the price? If you were able to sell 85% of the cocoa, whilst you know for a very long time, we sell 70% forward before we sell the additional light crop beans, then why are you reducing the price of the farmer? These are issues that are directly going to affect the farmer. Mr. Speaker, the farmer does not take salary like you and I. The farmer does not take monthly salary like you and I. Most of these farmers depend on the revenue that they will get within the season, to the extent that they even take loans on the expected bags of cocoa. Imagine a farmer who has gone to take a loan with the expectation that the price will be 3,625, and you come back and deduct thousands cedis from the farmer. What do you leave the farmer? What you have done is you shortchange the farmer, you've left the farmer in debt. Mr. Speaker, I have heard consistently our colleagues saying that Cocoa Board has debts. Mr. Speaker, in accounting capital structure theory, a company can leverage on debt as long as the company is expecting revenues. The company knows that there will be accrued revenues. Once the company knows there will be accrued revenues, the company can leverage on debt. And so when we came to power, we came to meet debt, 19 billion cedis. We managed it, we maintained the farmer's price, and made sure the farmer was not shorting. Mr. Speaker, let us maintain the farmer's price at 3,625 cedis. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Honourable members, I proceed to give the floor to Honourable Adam Agbana. Honourable Adam Agbana, you have the floor. It's now 5:44. So we stop at 5:49.
Yeah, I would defer. Mr. Speaker, I humbly want to defer to the Honourable Minister for Energy.
Honourable Abu Jinapor, you have the floor.
Pardon?
Yes, Honourable Habib. Yes, Honourable Habib. Yes, Honourable Habib. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so that will be guided, you ask the whips and myself and the majority chief whip, we agree and submitted names to you. Mr. Speaker, we agree and submitted names to you. We made those choices. So, Mr. Speaker, if there is going to be any amendment, it should come from the leadership, not the backbencher. He has no such authority to do that. Mr. Speaker, he doesn't have that authority. He cannot do that. And more to the point, the energy minister is not from a cocoa growing area. The energy minister is not from a cocoa growing area. So, Mr. Speaker, in Yate Kushobu, there's no cocoa farmer.
Honourable Habib, I think we are completely out of order. Honourable Jinapor, you have the floor. Honourable Habib, you are out of order. Honourable Jinapor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue before us is an issue
it's now 5:46. So
that boils
you on at 5:51.
On honesty, that boils on integrity, and that boils on doing what is right. Mr. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues say that
government should go and borrow and pay the cocoa farmers. That is what they've been advocating for. Mr. Speaker, it is this same borrowing that our colleagues took and eventually landed Ghana in the state of bankruptcy. At least history will teach you that when you are a landlord, it's better to provide food every day than to provide jollof rice one day and starve your children for the rest of the days. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is simply attempting to balance the equation and give the farmers what is due them. I heard a ranking member say that you should forward sale. Forward sale is an element of hedging. But as you are forward selling, whoever is buying it is also forward buying. And he says that, look, we knew that the price will go low. So because the price will go low, sell the price or sell the produce today. If you are a buyer and you know that the price will go low tomorrow, will you buy it today? This is common tribe knowledge. This is common tribe knowledge. So this attempt at forward sale, it doesn't work. Mr. Speaker, when we left office, we had a complaint from the then administration that the debt was 19 billion. You told us that it was not sustainable. Did you not say that? Today you've taken the debt to 36 billion and you think that that is sustainable? If 19 billion was not sustainable, how do you think that 36 billion is sustainable? You had 8 years to deal with the situation. One, you reduce the tonnage because your revenue is a function of price and quantity. Even when the price comes down on your revenue and your quantity shoots up, you will get that revenue. And so if you reduce the quantity from almost 1 million to about 500,000 and you couldn't even syndicate the loan and you leave such a burden to the NDC administration, and we are taking pragmatic steps to solve the problem, the least you can do is to commend the Mahama administration. If you can't do that, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, you shut up. This attempt to politicize this cocoa issue will not wash today, will not wash tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the farmers know better. We are not shortchanging the cocoa farmer, and that is a fact. We are not shortchanging the cocoa farmer. All you are asking us to do is to go and borrow money and come and top up to the 80% to 90% the cocoa farmer is getting. Today, when you go to the international market and you sell the cocoa, we are giving the farmers what is due. The only problem is that the prices has come down. And because the prices has come down, when you give them 80% of the price, it will seem as if it is small. But there is something known as real purchasing power in economics. Mr. Speaker, if I receive 100,000 and the price of cement is 100,000, it means I can buy only one bag. But if I receive 80,000, that is a reduction. But if the price of cement is 70,000, I'll buy one bag and still have 10,000 left. This is simple economics. Class 1 economics, Form 1 economics, in the University Economics 101. So yes, it's true. The amount of money the cocoa farmer from the face value might look small. But I prefer a gallon of fuel selling today, yes, Mr. Speaker, at 9 cedi than when it was selling at 23 cedi under Baumia. I prefer a bag of cement selling at 82 cedi than when it was 104 cedi under Baumia. Mr. Speaker, when you fry it, when you bake it, when you roast it, when you toast it, this administration has done far better than the MPP administration, and you have no cause to complain. On that note, Mr. Speaker, on this auspicious note, and let me commend the finance minister for being pragmatic and for being real. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm grateful.
Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we are yielding to our ranking on our Greek. Honorable Waya Opoku.
Very well. Ranking on Agric, you have the floor. It's now 5:51.
Thank
so
you very
stop
much.
at 5:56.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague John Jinapor was on his feet, Mr. Speaker, he used an offensive word. Mr. Speaker, the words that came from you, honorable colleague, hold on. Colleague, you are also a minister and we are to accord you all respect. You cannot refer to your colleagues that if they disagree, because all we're saying is in disagreement of government decision, and then you are saying that we should shut up. No, those were your words. You see, you use the word bro. Honorable colleague, Mr. Speaker, it is not an appropriate phrase.
Honorable Minority Leader, let me try and see if I can repeat what he said. He said that upon all that has happened, if you would not support the steps being taken in the cocoa sector, then you would have to shut up. Excuse me, you have to shut up. That's what he said.
Mr. Speaker, we speak for the cocoa farmers. So you are saying the cocoa farmers should shut up? No, I want to know. No, I just want to know. No, Mr. Speaker, I want to know. Are you saying no, Mr. Speaker? The word shut up, Mr. Speaker, he is right here. You should clarify.
The word shut up is used in relation to colleagues, not cocoa farmers.
Mr. Speaker, so who was he referring the shut up to? Mr. Speaker, you should let us know.
See, this is eating into the
no,
time.
Mr. Speaker,
well, let me give him the floor. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am never a difficult person. And you know it. And I never meant to attack the minority. I said, Mr. Speaker, if you don't appreciate what you are doing, excuse my language, then you shut up. If that is offensive, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw it. It doesn't hurt anything. I withdraw it in its entirety, and I stand by my words. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor. Yes, honorable member, do you intend to speak?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, today I'm very sad. Yes. Today I'm sad. And Speaker, I'm sad that my friends on the other side have found some voices to defend the indefensible. Speaker, I'll forgive my friend Fred Abenyo. He was saying that the NDC government introduced the fertilizer program, the free fertilizer. Speaker, I'll forgive him because the fertilizer program was introduced by His Excellency President Kufuor in 2003 for his information. Mr. Speaker, all the productivity enhancement programs were introduced by the MPP government. All the productivity enhancement programs.
Yes.
Speaker, I'm surprised that they are talking about production figures. I've mentioned this before. The highest production figure ever in this country was under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's regime. Yes. Mr. Speaker, a
Mr. Speaker, a figure of 1,045,000 metric tons is the highest production ever in this country, 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, but that is not the issue. Mr. Speaker, the issue today is about the producer price, and that is what the farmer wants to hear. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, the farm gate price in this country was 475 Ghana cedis only. 2016, it was 475 Ghana cedis only. It took Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to move the farm gate price from 475 to 3,100. Mr. Speaker, you promised to pay the cocoa farmer a minimum of 6,000. You have not been able to redeem that pledge. Instead of you to maintain what you came to meet, you have now reduced what you promised them, the 3,625 to 2,587. And Mr. Speaker, they are giving all manner of excuses. The first excuse they are giving is that they are unable to go to the international market to borrow because Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government defaulted in the syndicated loan. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the current managers of Cocoa Board, how much was borrowed and how much was defaulted? Mr. Speaker, the syndicated loan was started in 1992-93, and for over 30 years, Cocoa Board has never ever defaulted. So if they are claiming that Cocoa Board has defaulted in the syndicated loan, they should tell us how much was borrowed and how much was defaulted.
I remember you have 1 minute more.
Mr. Speaker, I'm representing leadership. Mr. Speaker, so what we want to ask Cocoa Board, when they were fixing the producer price, what information did they give to the producer price review committee? Yes. Mr. Speaker, every producer price is based on the achieved FOB price. So if you know the achieved FOB price, why will you default? Why will you default?
Honorable member, your time is up.
15 minutes.
Yes, majority leadership.
Even the 5 minutes is not up. I don't know, stopping it.
Yes, it's even 30 seconds. It's not fair.
30 seconds more. The microphone is still on.
In 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
I want to transfer to us. Microphone also.
Yes.
It was 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
Honourable members, I proceed to give the floor to Honourable Jasau. It's now 5:59. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the minority and majority leaders. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we, as a parliament, respond in our contribution to this phenomena by constructively contributing to solutions of the problem that we are witnessing in the country. Mr. Speaker, it is not right that we take political advantages of this situation. The truth is that, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has utilized the syndicated loan for the past 32 years. Mr. Speaker, I guess the most plausible question to ask is, how come that in 2023-2024 we could not raise the syndicated loan? Mr. Speaker, this is because Cocoa Board at that time had mismanaged its finances, so much so that it defaulted in cocoa bills, domestic cocoa bills. Mr. Speaker, because it defaulted in domestic cocoa bills, when it floated the request for proposals, no single financial institution responded. And so it was not a conscious economic pricing model for Cocoa Board to start saying they are asking LBCs to go and buy. They just couldn't raise the financing. And so when you say there was a default in syndication, what it means is that the economic parameters that Cocoa Board ran didn't even allow it to be able to raise the syndication. Mr. Speaker, government has responded to the situation. It has recommended by announcing reforms. Now, these reforms, people say that why is it that Cocoa Board didn't forward sell? Cocoa Board could not forward sell because you had actually defaulted in paying the loans. In fact, by the time the NDC took over in January 2025, we had rolled over cocoa beans of 333,000 metric tons. These were forward sold the year before at a rate of $2,600 per ton. So whatever production you made, you still had to pay this at that price. And this is the time that the price, the world price market had actually shot up to about 10,000. And so we're actually losing. But these collaterals, these forward sales, are contracts that you put together to be able to serve as collateral to raise your money. Now you couldn't put the contracts together. How do you raise the money? And so, Mr. Speaker, what has happened, which is the reforms that has been announced, are actually far-reaching. They are going to respond to the gross mismanagement that has occurred at Cocoa Board. And I think
you have 1 minute more.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
You have 1 minute more.
It's 3 minutes. It's 3 now.
It's 3 minutes on the thing, Mr. Speaker. All right, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield. Mr. Speaker, so what I will propose that we do is that the record shows that cocoa farmers are not shortchanged because the value of what they are taking is actually commensurate with the economic life that we are living in the country at this stage. Mr. Speaker, secondly, let's not forget that a lot of the projected production of cocoa beans this year has actually been bought already. 530,000 tons have been bought. So what is left is just about 70,000 metric tons. And it's not as if they are going to be bought from new farmers. They are going to be bought from the same farmers. So these farmers have actually sold part of their beans at that high price. Now it's just a small percentage that is left that will enjoy these new prices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Leader, do we take more statements?
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we have had so, Mr. Speaker, let's take the legal profession, legal education reform bill.
Yes. So, honourable members, before we move to the consideration stage of the legal profession, we need to do this correction. We have referred the constitutional amendment bill to constitutional legal. However, Article 2912 says that the Speaker shall, after the first reading of the bill in Parliament, refer it to the Council of State for consideration and advice, and the Council of State shall render advice on the bill within 30 days after receiving it. So, in line with this constitutional imperative, we will have to do the needful by referring the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2025 to the Council of State in line with Article 2912. So I so refer. Thank you very much, honourable members. Yes, the request is we move to the consideration stage of the yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are all learning. I want to find out from you. So, Are you looking at Article 2912 in its absolute terms without referral to any other provision of the Constitution? And if so, is it your view that once the referral is made to the Council of State and they come with their advice, Parliament proceeds with consideration of the said enactment without any referral to the Constitution and Legal Affairs Committee? I just want some clarity on this matter.
The Constitution is very clear. It states, a bill to amend a provision of this Constitution, which is not an entrenched provision, shall not be introduced into Parliament unless it has been published twice in the Gazette, with the second publication being made at least 3 months after the first, and at least 10 days have passed after the second publications. Then 2, the Speaker shall, after the first reading of the bill in Parliament, refer it to the Council of State for consideration and advice, and the Council of State shall render advice on the bill within 30 days after receiving it. So, Honorable Member, if the Council of State advised that we should not proceed with the bill, what happened?
Mr. Speaker, I want us to proceed on positivist assumption. That is, Council of State advising us to proceed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do not think that Article 2912 is by extension ousting the mandate of this House to appoint or refer matters to a committee of Parliament. Because, Mr. Speaker, three of the said article provides, where Parliament approves the bill, it may only be presented to the President for his assent if it was approved at the second and third reading of it in Parliament by the vote of at least 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the point I want to underscore here is that although there is an express provision that talks about referral to the Council of State, but if you read three talking about approval by Parliament.
So,
Mr. Speaker, there is a process.
Are we at approval stage?
No, Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to Order 238 of the of our rules. The Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs, Order 238. The Committee on Constitutional and Legal Affairs comprises a chairperson, a ranking member, a vice chairperson, a deputy ranking member, and not more than 9 other members. The committee shall examine issues related to constitutional and legal matters generally. B, have matters referred to it that relate to parties and administration. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to bother on C. The main stay of my argument is rooted in A. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to presume wrongly, but I would want to say that although 2912 talks about referral to the Council of State, I do not dispute that. But we cannot say that once Council of State brings its advice, which advice is for us to proceed, we will straight away proceed with consideration without any input from the constitutional and legal advice of the legal affairs of Parliament. If we go in that path, then the process of approval, Mr. Speaker, and you know that in Parliament, approval is a process. we may end up truncating it at a point by saying that, oh, because the Constitution says that on any constitutional amendment, there must be a referral to the Council of State. The power, the mandate of the Constitution and Legal Affairs in also looking at such matters is ousted by provision of 2912.
You see, Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect to you, if you read in between the lines of the Constitution, I don't think there is a problem with the constitutional provision. We do not also have any problem with our standing orders. You know, when it comes to these matters, I rank Kwame Anyimedu entry, and this is not the first time we'll be doing a constitutional amendment in the 8th Parliament. As a committee responsible for constitutional and legal, one of the requirements for you to proceed with a bill seeking to amend the Constitution is to ask whether or not there is an advice from the Council of State. So why would you then be proceeding to do a committee's work when there is no advice from the Council of State? So the approval that we are talking about is an approval that we do when the advice is ready, the committee has done its work, the report has come here for a second reading of the bill. That is the stage that we need the required number to approve. If we don't have the required number, then that is the end of the process.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question that was begging for an answer has finally received an answer. Because, Mr. Speaker, the impression I got was that, yes, because of 2912, once Council of State comes with an advice to proceed, there will be no Constitution and Legal Affairs Committee looking into it to proceed. But I think, Mr. Speaker, you've now explained, and I can rest my case.
Because, Honourable Minority Leader, clearly, if the Constitutional and Legal Committee is going to work on the bill, one of the requirements that the committee must ensure that that requirement is met is whether or not the bill has been referred to Council of State for advice. So, thank you for understanding. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I mean, a simple reading of the clause gives that indication. I do not see anything in the clause that says that Parliament may not take any step. But then the clause is quite emphatic that after the first reading of the bill, the Speaker shall refer it to the Council of State for consideration and advice. But you see, it says nothing about the effect of the advice. It says nothing about the effect of the advice. If they advise that we don't think you should proceed on it, are we bound by that advice, or are we simply to be guided by that advice? And so I think that the practice has been, we refer to them, they give their advice, the committee takes on board the advice and continues to deal with the bill in the normal course of, the business of considering bills, and then we take it through. The only other constitutional requirement is the vote requirements, that there must be at least 2/3 of members voting. So I think this is something we've done over and over again. And yes. Speaker has
but Majority Leader, at the end of the day, it's an advice. And we all know the effect of advice. Whether the advice is positive or negative, the committee must ensure that this constitutional provision is complied with and the advice is on record. Then it will be part of the report that the committee will be bringing for a second reading of the constitutional amendment bill. You know, I have been involved in this severally. Yes.
Yeah. Speaker, by way of a guide, so in this case, which referral comes first? The one to the Council of State before Speaker, when they return the report within 30 days, then the Speaker will now direct that the report from the advice from the Council of State be added to the bill and now referred to the committee. So we all need a guide in this matter.
Looking at the provision, he said, the Speaker shall, after the first reading of the bill in Parliament, refer it to the Council of State. So what is the Speaker supposed to do? Yes, so that's what I'm saying, that it's been referred to the Council of State. And Council of State consequentially is to advise within 30 minutes. So the bill is also referred to the committee. The committee will have to wait and abide by the advice from the Council of State, so that the committee can do a holistic work and report. The committee cannot be.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
So, what is the new rendition?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the 22 is in the original 19th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, sure. I just want to be sure and follow. Thank you.
Clause 22 is the original 19.
Mr. Speaker,
so honorable members, the correct rendition is as per clause 22. So the winnowing committee has improved on original 19, and that is what we are having on clause 22.
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition is accreditation of universities to offer or provide law practice training. I so move.
Members, I'll put a question. Unless there is a further amendment. Yes, Honorable Kingsley Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the chairperson of the committee if we are accrediting law practice training. Can't it be law practice training program? Why law practice training and not law practice training program? So I need clarification on that. You want to accredit a program. Now you are saying that the council, in collaboration with GTech, will offer to universities to offer or provide law practice training. I'm saying that why shouldn't it be law practice program? So I need clarification on that.
Yes, member, you raised this issue the other time, and the answer, if not you, another person, that the program entails more than the practice training. That was the answer provided on the floor of this house.
I was not here.
Are you sure you are not here? So the issue has been raised and clarified by the sponsors of the bill.
I have another.
Are you sure you are not the one who raised this particular issue?
No. Let's figure. Maybe it was somebody else who looks like me or who resembles me.
You are my very good friend, so I know you very well.
Still, clause 22. I want to propose a further amendment to clause 2A. Library resources that serve teaching.
So let me put a question on the proposed amendment to 1 before we can move to 2. As many as are in favor of clause 22.1, which is original 19.1, as proposed by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph B, delete and insert the following. Speaker, as you have in the... I shall move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment on 2A. Library resources that serve teaching. If you bring teaching, there should be learning. Because now we are saying teaching, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to.
So let me put the question on the consequential amendment. Then you can come in with your amendment.
Okay.
All those in favor of the consequential amendment as proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The consequential amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Kisinyako, your amendment. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
My proposed amendment is that after teaching, we should insert learning. So the new rendition for 2A becomes library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the institution, including access to online resources and hard copy legal materials. Mr. Speaker, apart from the learning, I have issues with including access to online library resources and hard copy legal materials. I'm also suggesting that apart from inserting learning, we can make it learning and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both online and physical law libraries. Because if you say online library resources and hard copy legal materials, hard copies are found in the physical library. In the physical library, you have the environment, you have the hard copies and all that. So I'm thinking that apart from inserting learning, we can make it including access to both online and physical law libraries. That will encompass the digital aspects that involves with online learning and the physical aspect that deals with the hard copies and other materials like journals and all that. These are my proposed amendment to
Yes, Chairman of the committee. Honourable members, in the meantime, let me take 2 minutes suspension.
Mr. Speaker.
All members, can they resume your seat? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that the entire majority front bench is empty. We can't do government business when the entire majority front bench is empty.
Good observation.
Very empty.
Can we have available leader?
Yes, there must be some available leaders.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, may I request my good friend to repeat your new rendition and proposal, please?
The rendition I'm proposing to 22(2)(a) is library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both online and physical law libraries. Full stop.
Chairman of the committee. So are you proposing that research be deleted? Are you proposing that research be deleted?
I'm proposing that after teaching, we should insert learning. Research should still be there.
Very well. So take the new rendition.
So it's library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both online and physical law libraries. Full stop. Yeah.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, while I agree with my good friend in adding and learning, I would suggest that he takes away the both because of the conjunctive in library resources and hard copy. And so there will be no need to put both there. And so the new rendition, if I may help him, will be library resources that serve teaching and learning, research and other educational objectives of the university, including access to online library resources and hard copy legal materials.
Yes.
Speaker, the issue I have with his disagreement is that we have online or digital or electronic library. In the same facility, we also have the physical library. But if you say online library resources and you say hard copy legal materials, but these hard copy legal materials are found in the physical library. So it is quite untidy if you keep hard copy legal materials. And I'm saying that it's more appropriate to replace.
AG, what's your view about this?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to be seen disagreeing with the winnowing committee on this matter. But I think the honorable member is right. Because the rendition in A, in essence, captures what is in B. Because it is repeating exactly the same sense, but actually now elaborating on the set of materials that should be contained in the library. Mr. Chairman.
So, can't we be consistent by using a physical and electronic law library? Second Deputy should now take the chair. AG, can we be consistent, a physical and electronic law library? As in B. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was proposing, instead of A, having including access to online library, if you come to B, we have stated it again. So I will rather end it at objectives of the institution or the university, since there is a consequential amendment already. Then come down and make it physical. So library resources that serve teaching and learning, research and other educational objectives of the institution. Then we can end it there, because you also state at B, physical and electronic library, that has the following. So we sort of repeating the second bit of part A in B. So we can cut that one off, delete that part, and end it at the objectives of the university. Then we can come to physical and electronic, because this particular clause is more of the legislative instrument which operationalized this part of this function. For me, even the entire standards of accreditation is operationalization of one of the functions under the functions of the council. So if we want to come here, I'll rather end it at the institution, and the second bit of it is what you are seeing in B. So I'll cut that one off and rather come to a physical and electronic law library, which you have also given some details beneath it.
Mr. Speaker, so if you look at 22 clause, paragraph 2 of clause 22, the A, library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both, as I said, online and physical law libraries. If we take that one, then the B, that, as he's saying, the B that talks about a physical and electronic law library, that one has go. That paragraph can go, but still we can have the sub-paragraphs. So if the B goes, in essence, we still have relevant national and international law reports that could be found on the electronic or online platform, or also in the physical library books relevant to the law courses offered in the university that can be found on both platforms, legislation enacted in the country, including acts of parliament, legislative instruments, and constitutional instruments, and all these can still be found either on the electronic platform or in the physical library. So, in essence, the B can go, but the sub paragraphs of I, V, and V can be captured under A. Then we are good to go.
Yes.
Speaker.
Honorable.
Speaker, I get the sense that the Honorable Professor Kingsley Nyarko is urging on us. So, to agree with him to the extent that under 22(2)(a), I think, and hard copy legal materials is what's creating the mischief for him. That's what is creating the problem. So we can take that out so that 2A stands alone without and hard copy legal materials. Because the and hard copy legal materials will be adequately catered for under 2B. Because once we have a physical and electronic law library that has the following in Roman number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I'm sure is for the avoidance of doubt. So we are specifying the nature of academic materials you find in a physically situated library. So we are just trying to departmentalize or compartmentalize the kind of material. So for me, if we take the hard copy legal materials, they will be adequately catered for under the various numerals under B. So the B must stand. The B must stand. Because it's a description of a certain nature and character of a library. So the B must stand. We are actually referring to library qua library as we know it. The B is actually library qua library, the way we know library. Going to a very quiet place, adequately resourced and studying. The A is the new nature of libraries that we can find even on our phones, which is library resources, that's self-teaching, research, blah, 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 but they are all online. So I agree with him that if it's hard copy legal materials, that is a problem for him. That can be taken away, but they will be adequately catered for under B and these various categories.
So, Chairman, the winnowing committee, yes, what did you actually agreed on?
We agreed on what has been advertised. But Mr. Speaker, you know that when it comes to the floor is supreme.
Well.
The floor is supreme. So
well. So, come again.
I am on the winnowing committee. But yes, when we met, at that time, the chairperson of the committee brought some proposed amendments. And in fact, those amendments had made the previous bill better. So the understanding was that we should merge them into a revised document for us to look at them on the floor. Ideally, when we go to winnowing committee, members who have proposed amendments, and the amendments are advertised on the other paper, they are invited to the winnowing committee for them to justify their proposed amendments for the committee to either accept or reject. And if it is even rejected, you can still come back and debate. But in this case, all the amendments that we are seeing came from the committee, although we saw a vast improvement of those proposed amendments over the original documents. That's what happened.
So, Dr. Nyarko.
Mr. Speaker, The winnowing, you see, when we work at the winnowing committee, our duty under the rules is to enhance all the amendments that would have naturally be taken on the floor, to enhance it. But we cannot be here and be proposing amendments. So we have to confer all those amendments under the name of the committee, the chairman of the committee. So the final product of the winnowing committee is also converts into the final product of the Committee of Constitutional Legal. Our mandate, if you read the rules, our mandate is to tidy up what the committee would have brought here. So we are actually helping the committee to lessen its burden. So it is not an amendment that's, winnowing. It's to separate the chaff, the grain from the chaff. That's the essence, that's the sense, so it's an agrarian term. So Professor Nyaku should appreciate that the work that we have done still stands in the name of the committee. So it's still the committee's work.
Well. So, honorable members, if we cannot be in consensus, then probably we'll. Is it okay? Very well. So you put into question.
No, we subject to the amendments that are the further amendments to enhance.
Very well.
Prof's. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be library resources that serve teaching and learning, research and other educational objectives of the university, including access to online library resources and hard copy legal material. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Dr. Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the committee has a different rendition from what was proposed. First defect is that he's saying that has teaching and learning, but N is not part of his proposal. That's the first thing. He's proposing teaching, learning, research and other educational objective of the university. So that is the first difference that I see from his proposed rendition. Yeah, so his proposal is that it should be library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university. That's the first leg of the proposed amendment. And the second leg is including access to both, which we disagree, myself and you disagree on the use of the word both, including access to both online educational resources, and is proposing the deletion of, including access to both online and physical library resources. So that is his proposal. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the problem. The problem we have is that is captured, or part of it is captured under B. Whatever we are discussing now, part of it is captured under B. So we want to make sure that A stands out clearly without conflicting or without seems to be a repetition of B. And that's the conundrum we want to, unravel with this particular proposed amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the chairman of the committee to take into consideration this bit about his explanation, to do away with the conjunctive word N, and possibly take into consideration his fact that online and physical library resources, so that we will do away with the N part of it. I don't know whether the chairman of the committee has gotten this point.
Chairman. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I thought the good professor was trying to tell us that teaching and learning is... Yeah, the good professor. Teaching and learning is a term of art. Is that the case? Or you want us to disjunct it?
So I'm just speaking from experience. I once headed a regulator.
Experience from the classroom, teaching.
Both teaching and heading the National Accreditation Board.
Okay.
And anytime we went for inspection, the library has two components: the electronic or the online one, and also the physical library. The physical library houses or holds the books, the journals, encyclopedia, and all that. And some of these same reports can also be found on the digital or the electronic or the online library. So my point is that the new rendition that I proposed was that library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both online and physical law libraries. Because if you say hard books, the hard books are found in the physical library. I don't have any problems if we decide to keep the hard, if we decide to keep the hard copy legal materials. I don't have any problems about that. But my point is that these hard copy legal materials are found in the physical library, the building. The books are in the building, they are there. But the electronic ones are not found in the form of books. They are online resources, they are soft copies. These are the issues that I'm raising, but it's subject to the sponsors to disagree or agree. So I'm saying that if it finds favor before the sponsors, the new rendition should be library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to both online and physical law libraries.
Yes. Chairman, is it okay, that rendition?
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to distinguish between A and B. A is talking about library resources, and B talks about the physical. Yes, the infrastructure, that's the brick and mortar or the cloud. That's the library itself. So if we attempt to mix the two, so let's treat A as dealing with library resources, and then B will deal with the physical library. That's a brick and mortar and or cloud.
I'll come. Let him listen to Attorney General first.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the basic point here is to ensure that in accrediting a university to run the law practice course, that university has the requisite resources, including a physical library, and then also hard copy and online materials for teaching, learning, and research. That is the import of what we are seeking to capture in A and B. But I think that the honorable member has a point with respect to the way we have separated the two. Mr. Speaker, I get the chairman when he's emphasizing that B seeks to ensure that you have the physical infrastructure. But at the same time, B also captures some of what is required in A. For instance, if you say relevant national and international law reports, these can be either physical copies or electronic, such as LexisNexis or Westlaw, online materials. So I think it is the rendition that is creating the confusion. But the essence of what we are seeking to capture in the clause is to say that you must have the physical, the hard copies and the online material, as well as a physical library. Because there are some of the universities that do not have very well-structured places where the students can sit and learn, very comfortable places where they can sit and learn. And we don't want any accreditation to go to such places. So that is the essence of what we are seeking to capture here. Now, the experts in Cavendish drafting should now tell us how we render it so we capture the spirit of the provision.
So, like the Attorney General said, the impulse is almost established. But I think the rendition is what we are all struggling to. Yes, Honorable Yeboah.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I don't see any problem with the rendition.
Yes.
We spent 3 days with all the deans from the faculties looking at this particular clause. Mr. Speaker, the essence can be found in 22(2)A, the new 22(2)A, which has the caption of standards for accreditation of universities. It deals with the setting up of online library resources and hard copy legal materials. It went further to B, to make a distinction, making sure that what is required of a university's library when they are setting up a physical library is well provided for, as well as when setting up the requirements for an online library, like the Attorney General said about LexisNexis and West. So I don't see any problem with this. They wanted to be sure that no accredited university shortchanges the accreditation board when setting up a library, that you must have a physical library and also an online library should you decide to have the materials listed thereunder. We are very particular about this, and the deans were also very particular about this, that we don't want to have any half-baked libraries being set up by the school. So I don't see any problem with it. It helps the AG's program.
So, honorable members, yes, once Honorable Anymedu.
Mr. Speaker, I've been quiet to listen to the professor, and I would also want to agree with Honorable Yeboah that I've gone through this. Mr. Speaker, for instance, I had taught at university, a law university, where they had a very scanty library. They didn't have the electronic version of the library. Now we are talking about teaching and learning materials. There should be a library that we should have those materials. Now, apart from that, we are also talking about the physical library, that the library must be there. Yes. As part of the physical library, when we have studied law at foreign universities, you could even plug your computer and then be connected to the main library, and then you could have all kinds of books that you can refer to, law reports and other things. So I think that everything that needs to be captured to make sure that when they are looking at the institutions, whether they comply to what we require, had been captured. So if the proponent of the amendment, if he has anything else apart from what we anticipate, let us hear him. Otherwise, I'll pray that he may have to consider withdrawing his proposed amendment so we can move forward.
So, Mr. Speaker, while I agree entirely with my colleagues, I think that we should still add the learning after teaching. Mr. Speaker, that is the only.
So what will be the rendition?
That will further. So the new rendition will be library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to online library resources and hard copy legal materials. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Well. So, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really agree with them, with the current position, but I have a concern. I don't know whether it's imperative that this provision looks at the physically challenged. If there is the need to come out with a particular clause that will insist on the provision for with the supply of physical infrastructure, there should be a provision where you address the issue of the physically challenged. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, listening to my seniors with huge legal brains, I think, who am I? I yield to their superior knowledge and judgment regarding the issue I raised. So I go by the new rendition by the chairman of the committee. I so submit.
Well, Chairman, Deputy Minority Leader raised a fundamental issue. I don't know whether it has been captured.
I think she's raised a very valid point, and the regulations will take care of that. The regulations will take care of that.
Yeah, even that, when we are talking about library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, we will have to look at the syllabus of the university. And if it involves the physically challenged, so be it. Then they should have the materials. So this is covered. What we have is covered. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, may you put the question, please?
Honorable members, you've taken so much.
Speaker, in any case, regulation can tidy that up. Okay. We can demand, as part of the checklist and standards and requirements, that in setting up a fiscal library, ABCD be done to take care of the physically challenged in society. So we are good to go. Yes.
So, honorable members. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have difficulty with the explanation that we should put it or bury it under regulations. Mr. Speaker, when you read the part that talks about including access, it's showing emphasis. It's showing emphasis in that provision. Nothing will change if we say including access to disability-friendly, whatever, and continue. Nothing will change in the bill. The reason why we are deliberately legislating, what do you call it? Mr. Speaker, regulation cannot be superior to this statute.
Yes.
That is the first thing. Regulation cannot be superior to the statute. And that if we can have something clearly stated in the statute that there must be disability-friendly access, then when you are coming to the regulation, you then try to implement that. What do you mean by disability-friendly? That's what the regulation will take care of. But if you do not legislate the issue about disability-friendly, and you are coming to use legislation to address that. If it is not contemplated within the law, you cannot make legislation for it.
Well, no.
So that is my point.
Your point is well made.
And the proposed amendment, I'm having a proposed amendment to what is proposed to
Let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that the new rendition should read: library resources that serve teaching, learning, research, and other educational objectives of the university, including access to disability-friendly online library resources, Mr. Speaker, and hard copy legal material, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
So it's just inserted disability-friendly.
Speaker, there's nothing like disability-friendly online library. Wait, please. No, you. Mr. Speaker, an online or digital or e-library is accessible to all, even children. even children. It is digitally designed. That is online library.
I think my part issue is to deal with the physical.
Yes, but he's introducing it and with his using the adjectival clause online. That is where he did the introduction. So that is why we are saying that in enacting this law, this house, we have in our contemplation the physically challenged or persons with disability in mind. The suggestion is that we are enacting this law without them in mind. And so we must be specific. No, we already have them in contemplation in enacting this. That is why we are saying that with the regulation, we will specify. The regulation will tell you, give you guidelines. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Kabiru should yield. The AG has something to say so that we can make progress.
I'm listening finally to AG, then we put the question. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to draw the honorable member for Walwali's attention to the fact that clause 47 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, clause 47 of the bill makes provision for persons with disability. So first of all, 46 provides for non-discrimination on grounds of disability. And then 47 talks about admission measures for persons with disability. And Mr. Speaker, if I may refer to 47(2), it says in furtherance of subsection 1, an accredited university shall adopt special measures to enable students with disability pursue legal education. Yes.
Thank you.
And then maintain adequate infrastructure which are accessible to persons with disability. Yes, we are very sensitive at the AG's department when it comes to matters of, discrimination.
Thank you, AG. So, Dr. Kabilo, please. Very well. I give you the opportunity to abandon your.
No, I think, Mr. Speaker, I abandon it in view of the explanation provided by the AG.
So, honorable members, now we are in consensus, and the question is: all those in favor that amendment to clause 22 is adopted, say aye. What? It is true, 22. The amendment is to 22.
22A. So the entire one, we have a further proposal so on 22.
Chairman, the amendment is to what effect? Is it 22 or 22A? 22A. Very well. So all those in favor that the proposed amendment to 22A is adopted, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby adopted. Yes, Chairman. Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at 22(2)(c), we talk about requisite physical infrastructure necessary for running the law program. And if you go to the functions 3G, I made a proposal of including program or course of study. And at that time, it was put to vote, it was rejected. It looks like we are interchanging the use of program and course of study. So to cure that mischief, I'm proposing that we include the course of study. So in some places, we are using program. Some places, we are using course of study. Which one is? So I want to hear what the chairman thinks, whether we use both. Because I'm looking at the GTech proposed law, and it also looks at both course of study or program. So for consistency.
Well, Chairman, that is observation. 22C.
Speaker, I am of the firm belief that we should not change anything under 22C. We should leave the rendition as it is.
So, Chairman, you believe that the provision should stay? Well. So,
Speaker, the reason when we started with a sectional note, that's the reason we deleted the word course. So the program becomes a law program.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, they are different. So if you say law program, and in the functions at 3G, you talk about course of study. Here, there are two, so that is why to cover, because there are programs that will be run under the course of study. So if we have to cover both, then it will be better to be an umbrella coverage for the course of study or the program. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why I'm proposing that we can't leave one out. If you go to functions of the council, under 3G. Yeah, so I'm going back to, because at that point I proposed that we change it to program, but we stayed with course of study. And here we are coming back again using the program that we rejected earlier. So that is why I'm stating here that we can use program or course of study.
Yes. Speaker, there are two things here. In the functions, we talk about the professional law course. That was what we had in contemplation as a function of the council. But here, because of the argument that was advanced, that the program is not just interested.
Speaker, at this stage, things work mechanically. So I suggest that we deal with. So you are contributing to his proposed amendment. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying there are two things here. I support the current rendition. Let me state that from the beginning, that the current rendition as it is should stay. And I'm not trying to distinguish what he meant by course in the functions and what we meant by program in this particular context, and why the two can stay in the same bill without any conflict. When we made reference to course under the function, we were having in contemplation the regulation of the professional law course or professional legal training course. That's what we had under the function. But here, they are arguing that even the law program itself, there must be some minimum standards that you have to do in collaboration with GTEC. And the law program here is in reference to that if you are going to accredit an institution to run the professional law practice training, that particular institution should have a standardized legal law program. And that is why this particular provision is found here. And I think that on the basis of that particular explanation, it is okay to have course in that particular first instance and have program in the second instance.
Thank you very much.
No, I disagree with the proposal.
Honourable members, I'll put the entire clause 22. Yes.
Indulge me, Mr. Speaker. I may be wrong, but at least I spent some time to go through the bill. So my proposed amendment might be correct.
So let's hear you.
So I want to suggest under B.
Is it C or B?
Because we didn't even handle B, then we went to C. B.
But if there's nothing at B, then obviously.
No, because I have something at B.
Okay,
after
let's hear
B,
you.
after Roman numeral V, we've listed some documents that should be found in the electronic and physical library. And I'm thinking that if we could have VI that talks about or makes provision for dissertations, and unpublished law manuscripts relevant to the law courses or programs. I'm saying this because at times we have students who come up with very good dissertations and manuscripts, but we don't even make good use of them. But some are cited, and my point is that apart from these documents that are relevant, why don't we also think about including dissertations and unpublished law manuscripts that are relevant to the law course or program? There is an addition I'm proposing.
Chairman, his proposal is to also take into consideration dissertations, and so I don't know what we are pressure. Okay.
Speaker, you see, to specify dissertations is a bit too, it's too nitpicky, because you see, implied in, and you are a man in academia, that's why I'm saying this. Implied in this, books relevant to the law courses offered in the university, and also articles and journals on law dictionaries, and library resources. All these materials includes dissertations at any level. So yes, articles, and so because they are work in academia. If you say dissertations, do we speak of postgraduate dissertations? Postgraduate, do we further break it into PhD level dissertations or master level dissertations? So I would rather love if you had added periodicals. If we had included periodicals in there somewhere, that would have been fine. But they are all part of the resources. So, Prof, this one, let me plead with you that we can't legislate with mathematical precision. We can actually use the regulation to specify some of this, and when this becomes Section 22.
I agree with you. We could add periodicals, but somebody coming from academia, you'll be teaching there, and you realize that there are very good dissertations and unpublished manuscripts that are not utilized by students. But as academic as I am, at times we read those ones and cite them. They are useful, and it could be an additional source for students who are studying law. Some of them don't even know that they can even use dissertations and unpublished law materials. So addition will not harm what is already captured there.
So
it's not harm it. So you can put a question to it so that.
Honorable Professor Nyako, I think my view is that they can all be found as research materials. So I think it's okay for us to move on. So, honorable members, we spend a lot of time on this, so I'll put the question for the entire clause 22.
We will come to time that we will skip, but when we take time to read these things, the essence is not to filibuster. The essence is to help. Mr. Speaker, I have proposed amendment. In this bill, there's a conflict between online and electronic. There are two different things. Online is different from electronic.
What's the difference?
Good. Online deal with internet. You can just Google. You can Google it. I'm not by there. As information is very accessible to all of us. Online deals with internet. When something is connected to the internet, that is why we say it is online. When something is using electric circuits, that's why we say it is electronic. So, for instance, I can have the law report be electronic, but it's not online. I can have the law report be electronic, but it's not online. So that's what I'm saying, that when we are in a hurry and we don't take care of these differences, we'll be legislating and we'll be creating absurdity. Unless, of course, someone here can convince me that online is the same as electronic. And with the greatest of respect, they are different. They are different. So that is the point I am making, that if we are referring to online in A, then we should reflect it in B, instead of using electronic. If we want to use electronic in A, then we should stick to electronic. And that is the absurdity I'm trying to help the sponsors of this bill to correct, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
so how do you propose by way of rendition?
We are sticking to online in A, then I propose amendment to B, so that B will read fiscal and online law library. Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
Chairman, that is it the pressure of the committee?
Speaker, instead of online, I'll further propose that it should be digital law library. Digital in the sense that he just made the point that something can be electronic but not online. Online, you need some electronic, you need some energy to operationalize it. But if it is digitalized, you may necessarily not have it online, but you can have access to it. For instance, all the data that we have in this house, it can be digitalized and flashed on our screen. It may not be online and available to any other entity outside the house. So I would rather suggest that we use digital, because that's the sense I gather from here. But if the sense is to make it online, then now we don't necessarily use online, we use e-library. If you Google, you see that they use e-library, which is also electronic library. Yes, they are electronic in nature. They are inherently electronic. So it's a bit difficult, but
yes, Chairman, let him listen to
Mr. Speaker.
Senior.
Mr. Speaker. Senior.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we don't have to add on, we don't have to change anything. Mr. Speaker, if we read the 2, that is the new 22(2), it is saying that the council shall, in certain standards, under subsection 1, have regard to the availability of A, B, C. And then the A talks, amongst other things, and talks about online library. Then the B talks about electronic law library. So I agree with my honorable member that they are not the same thing, but to the extent that both have been covered, that the council in certain standards would look at all these, it means that we have covered all the parts. So we don't have to change. We don't have to juxtapose words here. We have covered online and we have covered electronic, because we are talking about physical systems. So if it is a physical system, these are the materials, electronic ones we want to have. And if it is, you are going to the e-library, these are how we want to cover it. So both have been covered exhaustively. So I think that we are okay, and Mr. Chairman must move this.
Thank you very much for your explanation. Honourable members, let me put the question on 22. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at 22, I just want to propose an amendment on the D, the requisite infrastructure. Mr. Speaker.
D.
D, yes. D as Delta, as in Delta. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we qualify the requisite infrastructure to include is now a C. No. Yeah, the fiscal infrastructure. Requisite fiscal infrastructure. 22 is now C.
Is C,
okay,
yeah.
Very well. Okay, very well. Mr. Speaker, I propose that the fiscal infrastructure should include disability-friendly. No, because I was told that you will want to do it as part of regulation. Then read that rendition because it's not.
Leader, it's been captured. There's a separate clause that deals with that.
Which clause is that, Mr. Speaker?
Is it 47?
Yes. Hold on.
So once we are going on, can I put the question? Very well. Honorable members, 22 as various.
What is that? Read exactly, don't confuse me. What? No, read exactly what you are saying that's being captured. That is already there. We're dealing with fiscal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you go to some of these institutions, there are lecturers here. You know that in Ghana, disability-friendly infrastructure is non-existent. You read it. If you say it is provided somewhere, you read. Read exactly what is there. You should read. I have it here. It doesn't say so.
Admission measures for persons.
Admission measures for persons with disability. An accredited university may adopt special admission measures for the purpose of increasing the representation of persons with disability in the legal community. 2. In furtherance of subsection 1, an accredited university shall A. adopt special measures to enable students with disability pursue legal education. B. Maintain adequate infrastructure which are accessible to persons with disability. And C. Make any other provisions to accommodate persons with visual, hearing, or any other form of impairment. Mr. Speaker, I so read.
Thank you.
You see, that provision deals with non-discriminatory admission measures. And then it goes further to talk about admission measures for persons with disability. These are separate in form and shape from the standard for accreditation of universities. Mr. Speaker, my submission here is that ab initio, when you want to have the criteria for accreditation, this must be fundamental. It should be part when they are going for inspection. They should also cite the physical infrastructure at the various universities. Okay? Having disability-friendly structures. It should be part of the criteria for the accreditation. Yes, that's a C. So it should be provided. Instead of talking about admission measures for disability, what that here, the difference between what we are reading in 45 and the 22 is that there is no prerequisite. Wait, you would have to no. Would
Honorable, please.
They have different headings. Let us deal with the fundamental issue. The fundamental issue here is standard for accreditation. In all these universities abroad, the issue of consideration when it comes to disability is very fundamental. And I'm saying that if in your standard for accreditation, you are saying that there must be requisite physical infrastructure necessary for running the program and operations of the university. It is proper to qualify it to add that requisite physical infrastructure with disability friendly facilities. So I want to insert disability friendly facilities to be inserted. Then you follow with necessary for running the program and operations. That's all I want.
Chairman of the committee, I don't know whether it will be possible to import 47B, maintain adequate infrastructure which are accessible to persons with disability. Can we import it to 22? I don't know whether I'm making sense. Can we bring it to 22 so that it becomes part of the standard for accreditation?
Speaker, then we may have to insert
legislation on that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole statute on that already.
Yeah, there's a statute on that.
So what we have done with this legislation is to craft a whole session for that. But if it is insisting, the Disability Act, we have a Disability Act, and there's no way. Oh, leader, you have made your point. So listen to me also, let me make my point. I'm saying, then it means that at every stage of the requirement in this legislation, we may have to insert some provision to cover persons with disability. It's not really necessary, and that's not how we legislate. Once there's a provision to cater for their interest, it suffices.
It's enough.
It suffices, especially when we are asking the minister that within 10 months. Normally we don't do that. We say 12 months, but now we say 10 months, isn't it? 10 months. That we say within 10 months, you must bring regulations to give effect to this. And the regulations, we will be able to bring regulations and guidelines to fine-tune these things. So it is needless to say that because this provision is on standards for accreditation, we must willy-nilly insert a provision to cater for the interests of the people with disability, as though we don't have them in contemplation. We do. Because the regulation, when the standards are set, it will specify exactly the checklist to tick in order to get accredited.
Chairman, let me listen to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, please. I have a proposed amendment that a balanced student-lecturer ratio.
Hold on. Let's finish with this.
Okay.
Adam, hold on. Let's finish with it. So, Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that in appreciating this, in appreciating leaders' concern, we have to start from the preambular statement, and that is from 2. So the head note says standards for accreditation, and 22(1) sets a certain threshold. 2 says that the council in setting the standards under 1 shall have regard to the availability. Mr. Speaker, if we now transpose a statement to C, requisite physical infrastructure, the word requisite encompasses. That is what it means. Requisite means that pay attention to available legislation that has to do with disability and other laws. And so have regard to the availability of requisite physical infrastructure. Requisite physical infrastructure will include provision for disability, provision for all other things. And so that is defined in those three words you see: requisite physical infrastructure. So, Speaker, there's no point in changing anything in this. Leader, respectfully.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the views expressed. Let me put this across. To the extent that Chair has explained that the phrase requisite physical infrastructure as used is a term of art that explains an inclusive sort of structure to also mean that that structure itself would be disability friendly. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure when any court of law is called upon to interpret this, due regard will be given to this debate. But isn't it also okay to bring clarity if it means being superfluous? Why would we get the matter hidden when we can make it open? Mr. Speaker, the explanation that he has given, is simply that, when the drafter stated requisite fiscal infrastructure, that phrase implies that the infrastructure must be disability friendly. That's what he's saying. But, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that I would yield to him, provided that at any point in interpretation, the records of this House will be a reference point, that this is what the legislators meant when they used this phrase in this enactment. Because, Mr. Speaker, it has happened before. In the famous Benjamin Mesa, it was the debate of this House that aided the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the chair has explained that this phrase, requisite physical infrastructure, also mean that that physical infrastructure, that building, must have a disability-friendly facility. Mr. Speaker, that being said,
thank you very much, Leader. So, honorable members, Clause 22, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 22, as variously amended, stands part of the bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to take you back one step. Just indulge me. Mr. Speaker, on the sources of funding, I wanted to just do something quickly, if you would.
Is it on 22?
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I'm taking you back. The funding, just.
No,
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker,
we know something.
The funds of the.
You know something. You note it down. When you finish, you can.
Mr. Speaker, we can look at this, something minor. It's something minor. It's not anything.
Leader, let's do it this way.
Second, okay,
you can have second consideration.
Mr. Speaker,
so that we look at all these things.
The leader of the House doesn't appear difficult this afternoon. So it doesn't appear difficult. Once he says that second consideration, we can look at it. It's okay. The records have heard him. Hansard has heard him. That second consideration, we look at it. It's okay.
Very well. Chairman, Clause 23.
Requirement to obtain accreditation.
Chairman, is there any proposed amendment?
Speaker, there is. Speaker, amendment proposed. Clause 1, line 1, delete. A person in charge of a law degree program of a university, and insert a university that runs Bachelor of Laws degree program. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be a university that runs a Bachelor of Laws degree program shall not offer or provide law practice training unless the university has obtained accreditation from the council. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, a proposed amendment from the chairman. I then put the question. All those so, honourable members, all those in favour of the proposed amendment to clause 23 say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23, subclause 2, amendment is hereby adopted. Chairman, clause 23, same 23. Is there any further?
This amendment was in respect of 23.1, but
yes,
you inadvertently mentioned 23.2. So it should be 23.1. We'll now go to 23.
Well,
Yeah.
honourable members, I take the question again. The proposed amendment to clause 23.1, all those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that is issue of provisional accreditation license, correct? Because you keep changing.
No.
What's the
that is requirement to obtain accreditation.
So that has become the 22. Okay.
The question, the motion is adopted.
Yes.
And clause 23.1 is hereby adopted. Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, we'll continue with the second proposed amendment in the clause. Subclause 2, line 1, delete person and insert university that. In line 2, delete 10 and insert 50. And in line 3, delete 20 and insert 100. The Speaker, the new rendition will be a university that contravenes subsection 1, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not less than 50,000 penalty units and not more than 100,000 penalty units. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the proposed amendment to clause 2 by the chairman. The question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, don't you think that this 10 years is too harsh? No, Mr. Speaker, let's you see, the country is, Mr. Speaker, the country is moving towards a new sentencing regime, a non-custodial sentencing regime. Okay? And we have enactment on that. Why would we now legislate and be looking at a very long period of prison sentence? I don't think there's a proper alignment here. Yeah, no, but a fine or
Honourable members, clause 23 as variously amended. All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 23 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Clause 24. Chairman, any proposed
Application for
amendment?
accreditation.
Chairman, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendments. Application for accreditation. Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, line 1, delete a person in charge of a law degree program of a university and insert a university that runs a law program. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be a university that runs a Bachelor of Laws degree program that seeks accreditation for the university to offer or provide law practice training shall submit an application in the prescribed form to the council. 2, an application under subsection 1 shall be accompanied with A, information on the administrative structure of the university, and B, 2, the curriculum and teaching technology, methodology of the university. B, evidence of compliance with the standards set by the council, and C, the prescribed fee. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the chairman has moved the proposed amendment. And the question is, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Now, clause 24.
25.
I put clause, yes, as it was amended. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, clause 24, as variously amended, is carried as you all say aye. So, clause 25. Chairman.
No, there is another clause.
So, clause 25. Table. Honorable member, please, can you put off your microphone? Yes. Clause 25, table.
Consideration of application.
Yes, Chairman.
Speaker, there's no proposed amendment, subclause 4, delete. Mr. Speaker, we just want to confer on 24 and 25.
We are on 25. Yes, consideration of application. Yes, Chairman. Or should hold on with 25?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not a procedural expert, but I want to raise this for us to bring clarity to it. So, Speaker, we have the original paper that was laid, and as a result of winnowing, we have a new document with new clauses. Yes. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that the new document has been laid, or we are moving on the presumption that the one that was laid, which has received various amendments so substantial as a result of winnowing, will continue on that part? Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty, because to the extent that the amendments are not minor, what we are dealing with completely changes what was earlier laid. We may have to be careful. It may not be too difficult to relay. A procedural misstep can cause us as a house. Mr. Speaker, so, Chair, you know you are dealing with a completely new document from what we are doing now. But you've had a substantial amendment. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That so you recall that honorable chair of winnowing, honorable chair of winnowing. Well, he's in charge of winnowing. Yeah, but when the whip is arrogating powers. Okay, very well. So, very well, Mr. Speaker. My simple issue is that this document we are dealing with now is a completely new document. If we want to use it as a guide, let's say so. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, where at winnowing, we have done substantial work leading to a new thinking. The old paper had been withdrawn, and we've allowed the new one to be used.
Honorable Chief Whip, you resume.
You see, so Mr. Speaker, he is my junior in this chamber, and Mr. Speaker, we are talking about this chamber. Yeah, but we are talking about this chamber, House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I don't want the majority leader to rub it in that he is also a senior to me, so I will not pursue this matter. But, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the firm upon must allow. We have precedents. This House, we work with precedents. We work with our own conventions and practices. This law, this bill, at winnowing, has seen massive changes, and you concede to that. There's a whole confusion. And Mr. Speaker, I am of the view, and I respectfully submit firmly and in all humility, that it will be better for us to withdraw the old paper and relay and proceed.
Minority
Honorable Leader.
Speaker, first of all, it is procedural impropriety for us to go consider a bill, bring a report with amendments, and say that we are going to relay afresh. That is not what Parliament, that is not what we do. The intent of this House is that when a mandate is given to a committee to consider an instrument or a bill, you ought to bring a report. A report was brought with some amendments, and in the wisdom of the House and the Speaker, winnowing committee ought to go and do winnowing, as the term suggests. And it was exactly what we did. And in doing the winnowing, We need to advertise what we are seeking to win and leave the chaff, take the chaff away and leave the grain. That is why in advertising what we are taking away, we have advertised what we are deleting and leaving the grains.
Thank you, leader.
The minority leader hasn't been here for some time, for about 2 to 3 weeks. He hasn't been here.
It still doesn't matter.
He is now,
let's move on.
He is dealing with a bill that...
Let's move on. So, clause 25. Any proposed amendment?
Yes, Lord Speaker, we are deleting, Speaker 22, we are deleting subclause 4. And so we have subclause 1 to 3. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is to delete clause 4 so that you deal with clause 1 up to 3. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Honourable member for Asante Achin Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this and I'm saying it the last time. Mr. Speaker, on the point that was just raised by the minority leader, at least when they were talking about seniority, I am senior to them, whether in the house or at the bar. Mr. Speaker, what I have said earlier is that there is a bill that has been laid in this house. And Mr. Speaker, they are trying to confuse the chairman and Mr. Speaker. The fact is that if you look at Order 68, the issues that have been trashed out, we may not consider them. That is the purpose of winnowing. But so far as we are concerned, it is the bill that has been laid in this house that we must deal with, not the new guide, which should be a guide. We should not make reference to this incorporated document. The chairman can at best move his amendment in accordance with the bill that is laid in this house, and then can refer us to the incorporated act as incorporated like this. But to say, and the speaker to accept that the incorporated one is what we are dealing with, Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. I think we are wrong. We are wrong. So without pushing the argument that we don't have to withdraw or relay, I plead with the chairman to go by the bill that is laid in this house, and then he can make reference for us to understand it the easy way and flow along. Then you can point to the incorporated one as the new rendition would be as referred to at this clause, and then you quote it, and then we go. Otherwise, because in this chamber we have done a whirl, it had gone to court, and people have challenged it, and they said that we never debated it, let alone debating a different document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have 3 documents before us. 3, not 2. We have the Legal Education Reform Bill. That's the original bill that came before us. We have Legal Education Bill. And then we have the order paper. Those are 3 documents. What the chairman does is to rise up any time that we are at an item on the order paper. That's what I've observed. So the understanding is that when the chairman rises, he moves the amendment as captured in the order paper. Okay? When he moves the amendment as captured in the order paper, instead of going back to the original to try and insert in the original how the rendition should sound like now, we asked him to go and incorporate the amendments. And it is the incorporated document that is the third document. Okay? So he moves the amendment as captured in the order paper. If you have the original, fine, you can take your original. You can try to insert it yourself and see how the new rendition is. But to make it easy, the chairman gets up and then he now reads the new rendition for ease of understanding. You get it? So that is what is happening. So that it is making it easy for us. But imagine if let's say that, and that's why we printed the incorporated document and shared to everybody who is interested in participating to make it easy. So that when you now want to even make a further amendment, it is easier for you because you have the new rendition which captures the intended amendments of the chairman. It makes it easy for you who has a further amendment. And that is why a lot of your colleagues are able to make further amendments. Otherwise, it would have been very, very cumbersome. Now, you talk about withdrawing and relaying. Mr. Speaker, before he traveled, he organized a big conference, press conference in this country. A very big press conference. And said that this government has been passing bills under certificate of agency. We've been abusing that. And that we've been abusing the certificate of agency. It is to respond to him that we took a decision that we will not withdraw a bill and relay. Because when we withdraw and relay, then we'll take it through certificate of agency because, I mean, the work has been done. So, under this arrangement, one, we allow the young ones, the new members, to sit and observe. It's a bit laborious, but in the process, they are learning. And I can see a lot of the backbenchers have picked up the skills quickly, and they are participating, effectively. And we encourage that. So the culture of withdrawing bills when they go to committees and then, coming to relay a withdrawn bill and then we rush through the bill without going through the details, it doesn't help for training the younger members of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, let's just continue along those lines. Our target has been to do 20 clauses a day. And if we all just bear with the chairman and assist, we can finish the 20 clauses and then we can adjourn.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we've already effected clause 25 amendment. So,
Mr. Speaker, if you pay due regard to clause 25, yes, the new one, the clause 25(2), Mr. Speaker, dealing with consideration of application, you realize that in 25(1), there's a provision, quote, the council shall, on receipt of an application for accreditation, constitute a committee to conduct evaluation of the university that seeks to offer or provide law practice training. Then 2, the committee constituted under subsection 1 shall, then its responsibility is outlined. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to legislate in absurdity. We don't have to legislate without providing clarity. This committee that we refer to be constituted, how would it be composed? I think as legislators, we should define and give a complete breakdown of how this committee will be composed and constituted. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, I would want to move that we insert a new subclause 1A, 1B. We have a subclause 1B that would state that the committee constituted under subclause 1 shall consist of A, a chairperson, B, no less than 6 other members appointed by the council, and membership shall include at least 1 representative of the judiciary, 1 representative of the Ghana Bar Association, though now they are now introducing some other thing. Ghana Bar Association, you are a member of the bar. 1 person in the academia in legal education of no less than the rank of senior lecturer, 1 representative of the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, and 1 person with expertise in quality assurance in higher education. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that considering the work that has to be done in this whole legislation, this is such an important committee because it is the committee that would consider application for consideration. And that composition of that committee would be at the heart of the work of this institution to be created. So, Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to rely on the proposed composition and want to invite members to make their own input. If there is none, then we would keep it as it is. But, Mr. Speaker, there's an obvious opposition that will come because somebody has managed to get a certain law, something. I don't even know. But as far as I know, we have Ghana Bar Association. You know, as far as I know, Ghana Bar Association.
Yes, let me listen to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at the tenor of the provision in question, this is a committee of the council. It's a committee of the council. It's like saying that you set up the board of a state agency, and then the committees of the agency, you name them ahead. You name the membership ahead. I think these are ad hoc committees that are formed for specific, for a specific duty. So I do not think that it is proper to name the membership of the committee, that is, to constitute the committee, for the council. We should leave that to the council itself, from time to time to set up that committee for the purpose of carrying out the duty of accreditation.
Mr. Speaker, I do not think that, and with greatest deference to my respected senior and professor, Mr. Speaker, I do not think that it will be proper to make this an ad hoc committee. Let's legislate on it. Let's bring clarity because, Mr. Speaker, in establishing this legal entity, their main work, with all the things we're saying, they are there to give accreditation. That is all that we say. To give accreditation to various universities, of course, but you deal with the fundamentals first. You can't place something on nothing. It will fall. So if you are able to get the right thing, infrastructure right, you are able to now rely on same to maintain standards. Mr. Speaker, it is not the right way to proceed if we say there should be an ad hoc committee of council. The committee to do the whole work of considering application must be clearly defined in the enactment. It's not one of those ad hoc committees that must be set up at the pleasure of council. No, they are there to do a fundamental work: accreditation, consideration of applications. So, Mr. Speaker, if an important committee like this, you don't have legislate on who and who should be on it. Someone with quality assurance, expertise in higher education, Mr. Speaker, a representative in the academia in the area of legal education, a representative from Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, a representative from the judiciary.
So are you proposing them?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, I've outlined them. It's in the other paper addendum. My proposed amendment is advertised.
So proposed amendment. Honourable members, in order that we move faster, he's proposing an additional sub-clause too. So I'll ask him to put come out with the rendition again. You put the question there.
Yes, it's there. It's there. Yes.
Okay. So, leader, let me hear you. So, if I need to put the question, you put the question and you move.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that what he has said is a very sound issue. But it is important to understand the new structure. What you are talking about is now the function of the council. That is the function of the council. So if you go to clause 4, you will see that the council as constituted reflects these interest groups that you are proposing to make up the committee. You see, so you will see that the governing council has one retired justice of the Supreme Court or a person who qualifies to be appointed as a justice of the Supreme Court, 3 representatives of the judiciary, one of whom is from a lower bench nominated by the Chief Justice, 1 representative of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, 3 representatives of the bar, 1 representative of the ministry responsible for education, then the Tertiary Education Commission, and 3 persons who teach law in accredited universities nominated by the Conference of Law Deans. This council is responsible for the licensing job. So they will form the committee. The committee will obviously be drawn out of these same people. And so it will be creating another institution
within the council.
Within the council, if you now go and say that there must be a committee made up of all that, because, listen, yes.
We learn from each other. Mr. Speaker, that clarity being provided, I think then that to make it simpler, that the committee be drawn from membership of the council. No, wait. It doesn't, no, what is there doesn't say so. Mr. Speaker, with respect, those of us, Mr. Speaker, we practice in the courts and we know the challenges we face. So when we are here and we are making certain suggestions, we know what we are saying. With respect, for the better part of me, I've been in the court. I'm a courtroom practitioner. No, I'm not saying anything. No, I'm not talking. It's not about. I'm making an absolute statement. Mr. Speaker, it's like a businessman. No, a businessman be sitting in this chamber. A law is being passed on certain entrepreneurial activities, and you sit unconcerned. You face it in your daily life. I know the difficulties I faced in our courts. In practice, when the judges will say, this is what Parliament enacted. Some judges will say, I won't go further. This is what they said. And so let us bring as much clarity to what we are doing. So I agree with my respected senior, the learned leader of the House, that it will be superfluous to restate membership because they've already been provided for under 4. If so, and I am aligning with that view, I think therefore that we should say that the council shall, on receipt of application for consideration accreditation, constitute a committee from amongst members of council. No, cannot be implied. We cannot continue to move on the part of is implied. From what Honorable Ayariga has said, which I agree, we should bring clarity to it that the committee to be constituted shall be from among members of the council. Then we'll be doing justice to the matter. Otherwise, because it's an ad hoc committee, the council can decide, or the director general can decide to constitute any whatever. So it's not, no. If you say an ad hoc committee, the director general can choose to bring anybody on board without any restriction. So let us insist that that committee must be drawn from the membership of the council, so that it does not become ad hoc, but it becomes, a statutory committee, a standing committee, drawn from the member. That's fine. Then we raise the matter so that there is yes, very well. So I move, therefore, Mr. Speaker, yes, the same line, that yes, the council shall, on receipt of an application for accreditation, constitute a committee drawn out of the membership of the council to conduct an evaluation of the university that seeks to offer or provide a law practice training, so that we don't go outside of the council membership. If that is the argument, I will buy into that.
Yes, I'm listening to the Attorney General.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I do not dispute the soundness of what the minority leader has proposed. The only problem is that it's too restrictive, and it means that at any point in time that the council wants to draw upon expertise from outside its membership,
yes,
it cannot do so because of the rendition that the honorable minority leader is proposing. So you can say that the totality of expertise for the assignment that we are going to give to the committee is limited to only the council members. So that is a restriction that I fear should not, be placed on the committee.
Learned Attorney General, you see, one key thing to observe in legislation is certainty. When we don't bring certainty in an enactment, we create problem for ourselves. You see, this whole bill on legal education is seeking to expand the various facilities or various avenues for legal training. And we say that to ensure standard, accreditation is key. You must meet certain conditions. Now, the committee to do this work is very fundamental. So if the Learned Attorney General is inviting us to agree to a certain position, that look, there will be the need for some experts. Who are these experts? Who are the some experts? Let us ensure clarity at this point, because the learned majority leader was making an important point to the effect that, look, already if you look at the council composition, it takes care of various aspects, and there's a whole list. Therefore, my argument that we should look at a new list, which would even include an aspect on quality assurance, should be abandoned, and rather draw them from the council membership. Now, the Attorney General is also introducing a new dimension that, look, the Director General may need some experts from other quarters who are not council members. Then let's define it to avoid absurdity.
Under the board, under clause 9, we gave them the mandate to establish committees consisting of members of the committee, the board, as well as non-members. We can do so for the council to take care of this problem, so that when the council receives applications for consideration, they can actually set up a committee So we borrow the rendition under clause 9 and make it a sub 3 of clause 4 under the council. Then it cures the mischief. It cures the mischief.
Don't want this committee to be an ad hoc committee. It must be a standing committee. You see, of all the work of this institution, is this part that is fundamental. So we don't have to make a mistake on this one. No, the 9 you have referred to, talking about establishing committees of members and non-members, those are ad hoc with respect. Those are those are ad hoc committees that the Director General may want to set up, maybe a procurement committee. What I'm saying is that, respectfully, my respected classmates, a steady mate, hear me out. This committee performs a fundamental job. We must not create any absurdity around its composition. We must ensure certainty as to who constitute that committee for the purposes of accreditation. Otherwise, we know it will be who you know. There will be Kokofu football.
Leader, make the so-called proposed amendment you want, so that we can vote on and move.
Exactly. We should be drawn from the membership of the council. It's fine. It helps all of us. Accreditation. See, when you heard me, see the way you've enriched it. Even your language is richer than what I initially proposed.
So let's hear you. Let's hear you with the proposal.
From what my respected classmate said, the new subclause that there's. Hold on a second, with respect.
So the new subclause.
Mr. Speaker, hold on a second. Under the council, concentration of the application. The 25, Mr. Speaker, we can just slot it in at the 25. Normally, I get support at this point from Patrick, but I don't know. He's leaving me on my own. Mr. Speaker, the council shall, on receipt of application for accreditation, constitute an accreditation committee which shall be drawn from membership of council. Then we follow to conduct an evaluation. Which composition? Mr. Speaker, that's good. Which composition shall be drawn from the membership of the council to conduct an evaluation? We continue from there. So, Mr. Speaker.
So, honorable members.
Pardon? No, they can co-opt. Mr. Speaker, the accreditation committee can always co-opt. It's co-opting others to support them with expertise. Oh, yeah. But they can, when the regulation, yes, may co-opt to assist them in their work. I don't have.
So, Chairman.
No, I've noticed it.
If it is the pressure of the House, I'll put the question.
Mr. Speaker, we've agreed.
No,
yes. So, the drafters will come. So, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
On this, the agreement is that the accreditation committee would have the power to co-opt. So, that then we've taken into consideration what the Learned Attorney General said. And then we also know that they are drawn from the membership of the committee, of the council. And
so the drafting, I hope we heard the minority leader.
Yes.
Let's try and capture that. So I'll put clause 25 as a whole. All those in favor that clause 25 as variously amended.
Mr. Speaker, it's a minor amendment. I think it's important we just correct it. I'm proposing deletion of applicant in 25(2)(a) and replacing same with university. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will then read, the committee considered under subsection 1 shall review the documents submitted by the university and any other document. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this point, replacing with applicant, because we need to have consistency. In some, they want to use university, sometimes we use applicant.
And I think that we should replace it with university for clarity. Because if you go to 26, we are using university in 26. So that's the proposal I'm making, Mr. Speaker. So I so propose this amendment. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Leader.
No, I think it is important to maintain the theme of applicant, because the subtitle says consideration of application. Then A says, one says, the council shall, on receipt of an application for accreditation. You see, receipt of application. So it's better to maintain applicant, yes.
Thank you very much. So, honorable members, clause 25, once again, as variously amended, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. And therefore, clause 25, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Issue of provisional accreditation license.
Mr. Speaker, clause 26, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, opening phrase, line 1, after license, insert which is valid for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the new rendition will be, the council shall issue a provisional accreditation license which is valid for 2 years in the prescribed form valid for 2 years in the prescribed form to a university if the university is satisfied that the university is in substantial compliance with the standards of accreditation set by the council, and 2, the university is suitable and competent to offer or provide law practice training, and B, the university presents a plan for bringing the university into full compliance with the standards standards within 2 years after the issue of the provisional accreditation, and indicates the specific actions that the university intends to take to bring the university into full compliance with the standards and the manner in which the plans will be executed. 3, the council shall specify in the provisional accreditation license, A, the law program which the university may offer, and B, other terms and conditions that the council considers necessary. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that's the proposed amendment from the chairman. Yes, member for Finsu North.
A further amendment.
Let's hear you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having sat on the GTEC board and accreditation committee for 4 years, we realized that this provisional accreditation is basically what we call the preparatory certificate. And the 2 years is quite short. The standard has been 3 years, and normally the full accreditation is 5 years. So I want to propose to the chairman of the committee if we can consider 3 years and amend it further to state which is valid for 3 years and within 3 years. So I do submit.
Well. So that is his proposal, that instead of 2 years, we make it 3 years. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of the application is to get a full certification. Why will he be holding provisional certificate for 3 years? You should make the effort to get it as quickly as possible. So we should rather even abridge it. You have applied for a full certification, and you say, oh, you can leave me for 3 years, I will hold a provisional one. You want the people, because you are training students, and you want them to get a full accreditation so that they can turn out the students. Remember, it's a 2-year program, and if you extend accreditation, provisional license to only 3 years, you overlap a whole full cycle of a student stay in the school. So provisional should be shorter and not longer. So I think that the 2-year is good
Very well.
for
Very well.
the investors.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to attempt an enriched language as Honorable the Femekpo earlier assisted in my earlier amendment. Mr. Speaker, the provision that we're considering, I propose that we should instead have this rendition: a provisional accreditation license shall be valid for a period not exceeding 2 academic years from the date of issue. We are talking about a language in the academic space. We don't use 2 years in that environment. We say academic years. So, Mr. Speaker, that's be done. That said, after we've enriched the one, I would now want to propose a new subclause, and the new subclause I want to propose, which is advertised, reads: where a university fails to obtain a full accreditation license before the expiration of the provisional accreditation license, the council shall put in place transitional arrangement to safeguard the academic interests of students enrolled under the provisional license, including permitting such students to complete their program at the university within a specified period, or facilitating their transfer to an accredited institution. Mr. Speaker, I take it again. Pardon? Oh, you don't have a copy of the other paper addendum that advertises my amendment. I can share. I think, leader. Okay, the clerk is bringing you one.
Yeah, leader, let's hear you. Let's hear you once again.
Yes,
the rendition, the new additional clause.
Yes, the new, yes, which will come under sub-clause 1B. The 1B, it will read: where a university fails to obtain a full accreditation license before the expiration of the provisional accreditation license, the council shall put in place transitional arrangements to safeguard academic interests of students enrolled under the provisional license, including permitting such students to complete their program at that university within a specified period, or facilitating their transfer to an accredited institution. So, Mr. Speaker, let me pick it from the last end. So, as a university is granted provisional accreditation to start a program, students have pursued based on their programs, based on the accreditation. But before the expiration, or just as the accreditation expires, they are unable to meet the requirements. Someone has studied for 1 year with results. There must be a transitional arrangement that would allow for that student to have transfer to continue his legal education in another institution where there is no fault of his, but the institution that he started his program has not been able to meet the accreditation requirement to enable him continue. Such a student may be put in harm's way by no fault of his. So this deals with it. Second, to allow for the process, the period between which you are putting in place measures to get accreditation requirement met full accreditation, you cannot allow any lacuna in there. So this provision also deals with that, so that council will be guided accordingly to allow for the transition. Thank you.
Speaker, indeed, about 4 years ago, the Wisconsin University, students who had gone through training with the university and obtained their LLB, that matter came before Parliament, came before the Honorable Anyimedu, if we may have your attention. He was chair of the committee then. And so when the matter came before us, we had to advise the General Legal Council via the law, the Board for Legal Education to remedy that situation by accepting the products from Wisconsin University who had graduated before the accreditation was withdrawn. The GLC withdrew the accreditation because of some lapses or inadequacies. And so when we advised in Parliament, they went back and allowed those group of students to participate in the entrance exams to enter the law school. So this is a life matter. It's happened. So I believe that the proposal, leader, if I have your attention, the proposal from the Honorable Minority Leader is a good one. It will give some opportunity for the council to take remedial measures to deal with students who may be victims of such circumstances. So I believe that it's
very well.
It's an opportune amendment.
So, honourable members, if it is the pressure of the House, then I'll put the question.
Yeah. No, leader.
I'll put the question.
No, leader wants.
I think mine is minor one. When you say academic year, how do you define academic year? Because academic year is, I believe, a term of art in academia describing a period relative to an academic program. So I think the intention of the sponsors of the bill is a 24-month period. Is that okay? A 24-month period, which is 2 years. If we introduce the word academic, and I go and draw up my own academic program, and then which straddles beyond 2 years, and then I come and argue that my academic year is 1.5 years. So it started in this period and that kind of thing. I think the idea is
24 calendar months.
24 calendar months, which is 2 years. So let's keep it at the 2 years. Otherwise, we'll have to go to the interpretation section.
That's the license.
The provisional license. Otherwise, we'll have to go to the interpretation section to now attempt to define an academic year.
That can go to the Supreme Court.
And that alone can send us to the Supreme Court for interpretation. 24 months, 2 years. Let's keep it at that. 2 years. Don't confuse it with the insertion of the word academic.
Mr. Speaker, I am.
Members, I wanted us to deal with the minority leader's proposal.
That's what we are on.
Fine. He made two proposals. One has been shot down by the majority leader, if I may say so. But the second one, proposed amendment that he made, yes. But that one, transfer of students to accredited universities, I think that one is sound. So I think if it is agreed, then the drafters may deal with it. Yes, Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to make something very clear. The purpose of the accreditation is not to deal with the Tier 1 program, which is the LLB. The purpose of the accreditation is to license the university to run the law practice training program. So when you say the students be transferred Are you saying that they should be transferred to complete their LLB in an accredited university, or they should be transferred to do the law practice course in an accredited university? That has to be made clear, because the purpose of the accreditation is not to run the LLB program. Okay.
We are in agreement. I think the draft person would clarify that one. And then on the issue raised by the respected leader of government business, Mr. Speaker, I think because we are in the space of academia, there is that general presumption that in the academia, when you talk about a year, you are referring to the academic year. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think I have to belabor. Mr. Speaker, if he thinks that we should make it use the ordinary man's language, 2 years, instead of Mr. Speaker, suffice to state that in all the laws we've passed on education, the tertiary institutions we have, the universities, we've been very consistent on the use of academic year. So I know that Mr. Majority Leader is very charitable, unless he chooses not to be charitable. Let's maintain the academic year, you know. But if he wants us to maintain the 2 years open, it's fine. I don't want us to belabor.
Anyway, so the drafters, I hope you've taken care of the transfer.
Whilst we are this, I think that let's buy in the majority leader's suggestion, maintain the years, but let's tinker with it. Why 2 years? Why not make it 3 years? Open the provisional. Let's look at it instead of 2 years. Okay, I suggest that we take away the academic years, as the majority leader is saying, and then instead of the 2, we should maintain make the provisional accreditation period to 3 years. I think 3 years is standard. Leader, that's my humble view. So we take away the academic year.
I think that issue was raised by Dr. Kabiru, and we have already.
No, that was Asamoah.
Yeah, Asamoah, yes.
Yes, Leader, I have said that the purpose of applying for this license is for full accreditation. So they only give you the provisional and study certain things that you must put in place. So why do you want them to extend it to 3 years? It is in your interest to get full accreditation to run your program. Yes. So once they give you the provisional license, it serves as a stopgap to say that you have 1, 2, 3 to satisfy. Then we'll give you accreditation. No, it's once final certification is given. No, it's renewable. It's given to you, but renewable for 5 years, every 5 years. So you must strive to attain full accreditation. Provision should not be.
Mr. Speaker, I think Chairman has made a point. If the final certification is for 5 years, renewable, then provisional is 3. Oh, no, the final certification, Chairman, it's not 5. I'm told it's every 5 years. It's
renewable. It's renewable every 5 years.
Renewable every 5 years.
Yes.
Yes. So then, Doc, I think that let's go with the 2 years. Let's go with the 2 years provisional. Let's maintain the 2 years.
Mr. Speaker, we are saying that upon the issuance of the provisional accreditation license, you must take steps within some months to put into effect your substantive application for full accreditation. So if there are some inadequacies, it would have been dealt with before the time for expiration of the provisional license.
Honourable members, clause 26 as variously amended. Clause 26 as variously amended. All those in favor that clause 26 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 26 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. We are dealing up to clause 30, then we close for the day. So clause 27.
Application for full accreditation license.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A, subparagraph 2, line 2, delete course.
So it means clause 27 appears in the original text as 24. Is that the case? Very well. Yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to redo here as 24. 24, delete and insert, amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, delete and insert the following. Indeed, application for full accreditation license, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as captured under page 13, as captured under page 13 of today's order paper. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, hold on. So when you say it's captured as under clause, let's get the clarity well.
Mr. Speaker, clause 24 on the order paper. And that is 27 of the amended version of the bill.
Very well. Honourable members, the chairman has made the proposed amendment as captured on page 12, clause 24, X. Is that not the case? Yes. Do you have any contrary?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Majority Whip talked about, Chief Whip talked about starting the full accreditation within months. But when you come to 27(2)(a), it says not earlier than a year and a half, and not later than 2 years. So I'm proposing the A be changed to not earlier than a year instead of a year and a half, and no more than 2 years. So it comes back.
Any reason? Chairman and Attorney General, that's the new.
Yep, Mr. Speaker, it's not fatal.
It's not fatal. Very well. So, honourable members.
Now, bear with me. Mr. Speaker, line 3. Mr. Speaker, line 3. Go to application, an application for accreditation license under subsection 1 shall be made to the council. Mr. Speaker, I propose that we insert, and the council shall grant a full accreditation license only where the university demonstrate compliance with all prescribed standards of infrastructure, staffing, curriculum, student support systems, and governance requirements as determined and published by council. That is my proposal. Okay, Mr. Speaker, very well. That's okay. I won't believe it. Mr. Speaker, it answers the question. So, and the council shall grant the full accreditation in accordance with, follow it. You said in accordance with set standards. Mr. Speaker, I will buy it.
I'll come to you, but Honorable Fred Asamoah, may you put up your rendition again? I put the question. But it's so let me put the question on it. So just yes. So let's get your rendition once again and put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I propose that we amend 27 2A to read not earlier than a year. So delete and half.
Well, you want to help me?
Mr. Speaker, we have to help our children to use the terminology in a manner that will help the future of this parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to guide him. Normally, when you want to delete something, you will say, after the particular word, delete, then you follow with the other one. Then you now launch into the new rendition and say, the new rendition shall read. I learned it from Honorable Anyimedu and Honorable Jogate. So I'm teaching you today. You also teach somebody tomorrow. So do that. After a year, you remove the half. You get it? You've done the right thing, but I want you to use the legislative language.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 27 2A. After a year, please delete and half. And the new rendition now reads, not earlier than a year. And so propose.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the new proposed amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it and the proposed amendment is carried. Now, let me come to the minority leader, what you just said.
The council, he said we just set standard. And the council shall grant a full accreditation license only where the university in accordance with set standards, yes. Then the council shall grant a full accreditation license in accordance with set standards, so that we don't go that long. Mr. Speaker, I think I would accept that. It answers the question. So we stay there. Yes, we maintain set standards. So that person can look at it.
Yes, Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Minority Leader is running ahead of himself, or is running ahead of all of us, because Clause 28 deals with the consideration of the application for a full accreditation license.
Yes.
Very well.
When we get there. So
honorable members.
Thank you. So it goes for 28.
Yes.
So we don't.
So honorable members, clause 27 as variously amended. All those in favor that cross 27 as variously amended stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable, the ayes have it. Cross 27 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now we move to 28.
Consideration of application for full accreditation license.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, you will note from the order paper that reads clause 25, that's XI, that we are deleting that clause.
We are deleting the entire clause.
The entire clause.
The entire clause.
Yes. 25 from the
which
original.
Is 28 here.
25. 25. So we are actually deleting 20. 25.
Well. So, honorable members, cross 25. Yes. So honorable members, all those.
Let's draw the curtains down at this point on 27. Tomorrow we'll come and start with 28. Yes. 24 of the original clause, bill. So tomorrow we'll come and continue, Mr. Speaker.
Well.
It's pretty leader. I used to.
So thank you, honorable members. I think we spent more than 5 hours. So if
the marshal may.
Yes, marshal. I mean, we bring consideration to a close. So, honorable members, we spent more than the required hours, 5 hours, and therefore, if leadership and the House will indulge me, I'll proceed to adjourn the House.
Speaker, that is so. We are entirely in your hands.
Mr. Speaker, we are in agreement with the majority side that indeed we are in your hands. But, Mr. Speaker, just a short application through you to the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, this morning when he read a statement on behalf of the finance minister on this cocoa matter, he indicated that the Minister of Finance will be in this house tomorrow. I'm just using this opportunity to plead with him to ensure that the finance minister comes to the House of Parliament to further discuss this matter. Mr. Speaker, cocoa farmers in this country need to be paid. They can't accept a haircut, and whatever policy government has, this is the right place to discuss it. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a prayer to the majority leader to ensure that the finance minister comes to the House of Parliament. He can't be using the press to announce government policy. He makes an announcement in his office. He is a member of Parliament. He must come to the chamber. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister must come here for us to interrogate that cabinet decision. Mr. Speaker, we cannot abandon the cocoa farmers of this country.
Leader,
you take away 10 million from their earnings.
Leader, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I need the majority leader to assure this House that he will bring his finance minister. He is the first among his equals in cabinet. He cannot, Mr. Speaker. This is a very serious national issue.
Thank you, leader. Thank you,
my
leader.
finance minister must come here. He can't live in the comfort of his office and be making announcements.
Mr.
Speaker, very well.
He can't be making announcements in his office and leave the House of Parliament. So he should come.
Thank you. Leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand that the MPP doesn't have any political message for Ghanaians and is hoping to revive or resuscitate their politics using cocoa farmers. But that will not work.
Today's statement didn't go anywhere.
Mr. Speaker, what the minority leader is doing is a clear indication that today's attempt to use cocoa farmers to do politics failed.
He wants a second chance.
So he wants a second chance. He wants a second chance. Because if he had succeeded, he will not be looking for a second opportunity. But you've already made a statement. We have copiously debated the statement. There is nothing more that the finance minister can come and add. So let's leave it there. As for government policy can be announced anywhere. Once they are approved in cabinet, the Minister for Communication announces them. In this instance, because it is under the Minister of Finance, that was why the Minister for Finance announced the policy. So I don't think that the Minister for Finance will have to come here to come and answer questions or, make statements or provide any clarification. If you wanted, you could have asked a question, but you opted to come and make a statement. And I used the opportunity to read the Finance Minister's statement. The policy you complained was announced to the world without it being captured in the Hansard. Today, I make sure it is captured in the Hansard. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So that in future, anybody conducting research on this matter will have the benefit in the Hansard of reading what the Finance Minister said outside this House. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And thank you to all of you. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you come from a cocoa growing area.
Oh, leader.
Your constituents are watching you and how you allowed space to allow this matter. Mr. Speaker,
leader,
Mr. Speaker,
leader,
Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Parliament, a platform of the people's representatives. This is where we discuss national issues. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is telling the country that government policy can be announced anywhere, and my finance minister is not obliged to come to the House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the cocoa farmers in Volta region, in Ashanti region, in Bono, in Western North, Mr. Speaker, they have been denying
honorable members
their earnings.
But
Mr. Speaker,
honorable members,
if the finance minister does not come, if the majority leader will not bring the finance minister, we, the minority, will use the appropriate laws available to us to summon the finance minister.
Thank you.
The cocoa farmers cannot be abandoned. We will not abandon the cocoa farmers.
Honorable members, thank you all of you, and the House is accordingly adjourned to 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The House stands adjourned.